Welcome to Amit Thinks YouTube channel. In this video course, learn about Python Pandas. Pandas is a powerful and easy to use open source library built on top of the Python programming language. It is one of the most popular libraries for data analysis and manipulation in Python. Python with Pandas is widely used in statistics, finance, neuroscience, economics, web analytics, advertising, and many other fields. Working with datasets, cleaning them, and making them relevant for data science is what pandas do. In this course, we have covered the following lessons with live running examples. Let us start with the first lesson. In this video, we will learn about the overview and features of pandas, its usage, why it is important, and its role in Python. So if you want to work around data, analyze the data and manipulate it, then the pandas library is one of the best libraries of Python. It is built on top of the Python programming language. It is easy to use and powerful. It is widely used for different fields like statistics, web analytics, advertising, even neuroscience. If you have a data set, let's say you have a Netflix data set with the records of all the users, and you want to clean the data, you want to remove the duplicates, then use pandas. Easily load and read datasets into your Python program using the predefined functions, the built-in functions of pandas. Load files of different formats, datasets like Excel, CSV, JSON, XML. As well as you can handle duplicates, find the duplicates and remove them. All this you can do with this powerful pandas library. It was initially developed by Wes McKinney in 2008. Let us see the features. I told you before that if you want to analyze your data or manipulate it, then pandas is quite important. It is very much useful in data science and data analysis. You can easily analyze and manipulate the data. If you want to read your CSV files, do it with pandas. You can also find and fix the inaccurate data, the duplicates, as I told you before. Completely clean the data so that you can generate meaningful insights from it, just like what we do in data science. So it is one of the most powerful data science libraries. Also, if you have incomplete data, null data, you can easily handle them with pandas. Also, you can insert or delete columns from a data frame. Data frame is basically a two-dimensional tabular data with rows and columns where you will store your data. Easily add or insert columns, also remove it. You can also group the rows and columns of a data frame or series. Series in pandas are basically a one-dimensional array like a column in a table. It can hold data of any type. So you can work around the series and data frame in pandas. In this video, we saw how we can easily work around pandas, how we can easily understand pandas, its features, its usage. Thank you for watching the video. In this video, we will learn how to set up and install pandas with PyCharm. So we'll be using PyCharm to run pandas program. Why? Because PyCharm provides a community version, a community edition, which is open source and freely available. These are the steps to install pandas with PyCharm. You need to remember that first you need to install NumPy also before installing pandas, because pandas is built on top of NumPy. At first you need to install Python and pip. Why pip? Because pip is a package manager. It is used to download, install and manage Python packages and library. So we'll be installing Python and pip first. Then we will install the PyCharm community edition, that is open source and freely available. Then we will connect both Python and PyCharm, that is we will connect step 1 and step 2. After that we will also learn how to run a first Python program on PyCharm. Then we'll be installing NumPy because pandas need NumPy. After that we'll be installing pandas. Both we will install on PyCharm so that we can run our first pandas program in the next chapter. Okay, so guys, let us start with the first step to install Python and pip. Let's start. At first, go to the web browser. On Google, type Python and press enter. On pressing enter, the official website is visible. Click on it, python.org. Here is the official website. Now keep the mouse cursor on downloads. Now you can see the current version Python 3.12.0 is visible. Click on it to download. It will download. It's only 25 MB. Download completed. Now right click and click on open to start installing Python. We clicked on the exe file. Minimize. Now the setup started. Here and at first select add python.exe to path. Now click customize installation. This shows what we are installing. It will install pip also. Pip is used to download, install and manage Python packages. It will also install IDLE. IDLE is an ID to run Python programs. Now click next. Advanced option, it will install Python 3.12 for all users. It will also set the environment variables. Okay. And Python will get installed in the following location under program files. Keep it a default. You can change it from here by clicking browse. But keep it as it is, no problem. Click install. Now the installation started. Guys, we have successfully installed Python. Click close. Now let us verify the installation. Go to start, type cmd. Click open to open the command prompt. Herein type the command python space -- version and press enter. This shows that we successfully installed Python. Guys, we successfully installed the current Python version. Now we will install PyCharm. For that, go to the web browser. I am using Chrome. You can use any web browser. Herein type PyCharm and press enter. On pressing enter, the PyCharm is visible. It is owned by JetBrains. Click on it. Now we have reached the official website here. Now you can directly click download here, or you can also click download. Let's click. Herein you can see PyCharm Professional is visible, which is for a 30-day trial. Then you need to pay, but we are going for the free version, that is the community. And here it is. You can download it from here. It is freely available and open source, so you can use it. Exe file download. Click on it. Now the download will begin. Here it is. The download started. It's only 418 MB. Let's wait. We have downloaded it. The exe file for PyCharm, community version, free version. Right click and click open to begin the installation. Minimize. The installation started. Click next. Now it is asking wherein PyCharm will get installed. It will get installed in the following location. Keep it as it is, and it will take 1.5 GB. Click next. Desktop shortcut, yes, we can create. Update context menu. You can add a folder to project so that you can open any folder as project. Rest keep as it is and click next. Start menu folder, yes, click install, and now the setup will begin. The desktop shortcut also got created. Now let's wait for this to complete. We have completed the PyCharm setup. I can also select run PyCharm community edition and click finish so that it begins, but I'll only click finish. So in this way we can install PyCharm. Now let us open PyCharm and connect Python with PyCharm. Can also go to start and type PyCharm instead of going for the shortcut. Here it is, community edition, click open. Now PyCharm will open for the first time. Here in the terms are visible. I confirm. Click continue. Data sharing. PyCharm opened for the first time. You can go to customize and here in select, let's say light theme or dark theme. I'll go for light theme and rest keep as it is. Go to projects, click new project. Herein you can see our project will get saved here. If you want to change the name of the project, you can change from here. Let's say I'll name it Amit project. Okay. Now you need to set the environment. It will go for the virtual environment, a new environment, which is fine. The base interpreter you need to set, it is only showing Python 3.9 and 3.10. Click on the three dots. Program files wherein we install Python 3.12. Click on it. Select python.exe and click OK. Here it is. We have set Python 3.12 now. You can see we have set it. We have connected our Python with PyCharm. Okay. Remove this because we are creating a sample program. Click create. Okay, here is our project. I clicked here for the menus. Okay, now this is our project. This is our environment. Now we need to add a new Python file to run our first Python program. I'll right click on Amit project. Click new and herein select Python file directly. It will automatically go for .py extension. Herein add the name of your Python file and press enter. It will create demo.py. Here it is. Now you can directly run your first project. Let's say I'll just print something. Okay, I'll go for file save all. Right click and click run demo. Here it is. Studiopedia is visible. Okay, that means we successfully printed using the print method in Python. Here it is, Studiopedia. You can also run using run here, click run demo, or you can use Shift F10 or Alt plus Shift plus F10. Okay, you can also increase the font by going to File, Settings. Here in appearance is visible, go for Editor and click Font. Here in the font is only 13. Let me take it to 18 and click OK. Click Apply, then OK. Now the font will increase. Here it is. Even the output font is also 18 and the editor font also. With that, you can check the location also. Here it is. See users Amit underscore PyCharm projects. See users Amit underscore, that is the username. Here it is PyCharm projects Amit project. Here is a demo.py file. With that, you can also go to the file option and click settings. Okay, and select the project and the interpreter to verify again that you have set 3.12 or not for our project, and yes, we have set the same 3.12 for our project. We installed Python and PyCharm successfully, and we also ran a sample Python program. Now let us install Pandas. I told you before that to install Pandas we need NumPy. So first we will install NumPy, then we will install the Pandas library. Let's start. To install NumPy, go to File, click Settings. After clicking Settings, you need to go to your project here. Okay, here is the project name, the same project. Click Python interpreter. After clicking, click on the plus sign. Here and type NumPy. That's it. Here it is. This is the official website. Just select this and click Install Package. Now the installation will start. We have installed NumPy. Okay. Now type pandas. Here it is. Click install package and it will install pandas also. Click on it. Now pandas will get installed. We have also installed pandas. Click close now. Now herein you can verify. We have installed both NumPy and pandas. That's it. Click OK. So guys, we successfully installed NumPy and pandas. Now we can start with our first pandas program. Thank you for watching the video. In this video, we will begin with pandas and understand what is a data frame in pandas and how we can create it. We will also see some examples, coding examples. Let's start. The data frame in pandas is a two-dimensional tabular data that is like a table with rows and columns. To create the data frame, we use the data frame method. That includes following parameters. Okay, that is what you want to store in it, how to label it with indexes, okay, how to set column labels. Also, if you want to add a specific data type, use the D type parameter. If you want to copy the data, use the copy parameter. So these are the parameters. Okay. We will see the following examples to create a data frame. These examples will actually help you in understanding the concept of data frame completely. First, we will create a data frame. Then we will access a group of rows and columns. After that, we will access the rows and columns by integer positions using an attribute. With that, you can also name your own indexes instead of the default one. We will see in the examples. Also, we will run an example to completely iterate a data frame. Okay, so let's start with the first example. That is how to create a pandas data frame. We will use a built-in method that is pandas.dataframe. Let's start with the first example. Here is a PyCharm. We will be creating a project here, the pandas project. First, we will enable the menus. Click here, go to view, appearance, and select main menu as separate toolbar. Okay, so we are having this open source PyCharm community edition. So let us create a new project for our data frame. File, new project, click on it. Now here add the name of the project. Here it is. I have named it pandas data frame. You can also see the path wherein it will get saved. Okay, so the project location will be the following. C users Amit underscore PyCharm project. That's it. Click create. Our project got created. Now we will create files. Right click, Python file, because you want to create a Python file. I'll type the name. Let's say demo1. It will automatically add the .py extension when I'll press enter, because Python file is by default selected. Press enter. It added. Now we will create 4 more files because we are having 5 examples. Demo2. We have created 5 files, Python files. Now let us begin with the first program. We have also added the comments using this. Okay, that's it. We will create a pandas data frame, our first program. First, import pandas, add an alias. That is, we are adding an alias PD so that we don't need to use the complete pandas word again and again. So first, let us create a data set, which is a collection of data. Let's say I'll add the name data here, and within that I'll be adding my content. Let's say we are adding student records. We have added records here. That includes the student name, rank, as well as the marks of students. Now we will create the data frame. Before that, if you want to change the font, go to File, Settings. Now here in type font, that's it. Here it is. The size is 18. I'll just set it to 17 or 16, and you can also change the line height if you want, but I'll keep it as it is. Apply, OK. Now the font is fine. Now I'll create a new object. This is a data frame object, and I'll just print using the pandas.dataframe method I told you, and within that just add the data set, that is the data, and print it. I'll also add a text student records, and for new line I have typed /n 2 times, 2 new lines. I have printed the data frame like this. Okay, that's it. Go to File, Save All, right click, Run Demo 1. Let's see the answer. Here it is. We have printed it. So we were having 3 columns: student, rank, and marks. This 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 are the default indexes. We will see how to change the indexes also later. And we have printed our records. 3 columns and 5 records: student names, student ranks, and student marks. That's it. So we have printed our first data frame. Now guys, let us move to our second example. In the second example, we will access a group of rows or columns in a pandas data frame using the LOC attribute. Okay, let's see. Here is our second example, demo 2. Okay, now let us first start with importing our pandas. Import pandas as PD like we did before. We created an alias here. Now let us add a data set. We can take the same data set. Here it is. We added the data set. Student, rank, and marks are our columns. Similarly, create a new data frame. We will add the data set in it. Use pandas.dataframe method to create the data set. In a similar way, add the data. We have added the data set, but we want to access a group of rows and columns. Herein what we can do, we can add our own index. Okay. We have added it. Okay, now just print the records. df. Now we will access the value in the student column corresponding to the row A label, that is accessing a group of rows or columns. Okay, that is corresponding to the row A label. We will find the student value column. For that, you can use dataframe.loc. Within that, mention what I just said, that is we want for row A and the student column. That's it, nothing else. And you can directly print it. I'll add a print in. in here. Also you can add a text like we did before. Value, for example, I am printing it. Okay, so we added and now we will print it. But herein you can see we can add like this. This looks fine now. Okay, we can also fix it here. Okay, now I'll just go to file, save all, right click and run demo 2. Here it is, we have printed it. The student records we have printed first and we have removed the default labels. For student column we have printed the value for Amit corresponding to the row A label. Now let us see the third example. In the third example, we will access a group of rows or columns by integer positions in a Pandas data frame. For that, we'll be using the DataFrame.iloc attribute. Before that, we used the LOC. Now we will use iloc. Let's see. Our third example, import pandas as PD. We have created an alias. Now let us set the dataset. Okay, now we will take the code. Here was our dataset. Okay, and we can also take this to print it completely. Here it is. What we can do, I'll just fix this. I'll fix this. Okay, now this is fine. I'll do the same for all. Okay. Okay, now here it is. We have printed our data set and added a data set to the data frame and also our index and printed our student records, that is the DF. Now what I need to do, I need to access using rows or columns by integer positions. Let's see. Use the data frame dot I told you iloc. Within that, now add the numbers. Just mention the positions 1, 2. I need to print it also. Print. Okay. Slash n for new line value. That's it. And another new line. This looks fine. Right click and run demo 3. Now it will display you the group of rows and columns by integer positions. So this was our data frame and this is our output, the value 1, 2. That is first row and second row. So it has printed first row and second row. This was the 0th row. This is the first row. Okay, based on index. So it has printed the following. That is row B and row C. If I'll try to change it, let's say I'll go for 3, 4. Let's say now what will get printed? DNE. Fine. 0, 1, 2, 3, third and fourth. DNE got printed. Okay. So this is how guys we can group rows and columns and display by integer positions under the iloc. Now let us see the fourth example. Under this example, we will name our own indexes in a pandas data frame using the index argument. We just saw it. We will see it again now. Here it is. Let us see our fourth example. Import pandas as PD. Now mention the data set. Okay. Here it is. We have added we have added our 3 columns with values. Okay, now we will use the index argument to set your indexes. Okay, I'll explain you now. df a data frame, pandas dot data frame, add the data in it, that is the data set. Here it is. Now you need to add your own indexes using the index argument. That's it. Within this, add your own indexes. Now I'll add, let's say, student 1. Okay, I'll just copy this, and now student 2, student 3, student 4, student 5. Okay, so now we have added the records and explained it with indexes. Simply print, I'll now print the data frame. That's it. df. Okay, within that you can add student records and 2/n so that it looks fine. I'll just go to file and save all, right click and run demo 4. Now let's see. Okay, we have printed our data frame. Before it was having 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, right? The default indexes, but we can change the indexes. This looks like a better way to display a table, a record. Student 1 record, student 2, student 3, student 4, student 5. That's it. Okay, so this is how we can name our own indexes in a pandas data frame. Now let us see the fifth example. In the fifth example, guys, we will iterate a pandas data frame using a for loop. That's it. We have shown how to display a data frame, but we will iterate it using a for loop. Let's see. Import pandas as PD. Okay, now I'll just take the previous example data set, and I'll also print indexes like this using the index argument. Similarly, like we did before. That's it. Data set is here. We have added a data set inside our data frame using pandas.dataframe method and our own indexes using the index argument. But we need to display it. We can display it like this also, like I did before, student record. Or if I want to show the iteration, I can do it. Iteration will display your columns, only the columns. Let's say if you want to display only the columns, you can just type for loop in. Within that, mention the data frame in it, that is the data frame object, and this will print your columns. Print columns, that's it. File, save all, right click, run demo 5. Here it is, displaying the columns using iteration. Student rank marks, we have displayed the columns. Okay, iterate a pandas data frame to display the columns. Okay, so in this way, guys, we can easily work around the data frame. We saw the following 5 examples. To create a data frame, access a group of rows or columns, to name our own indexes, and display only the column names. In this video, learn about data frame, its attributes and methods. So we discussed what is a data frame. It is a two-dimensional tabular data, like a table with rows and columns. It is having some built-in attributes and methods that actually extends the functionality of data frame. The following are the attributes and methods that we'll be discussing with live running examples. Date types to return the current data type of the data frame. Okay, like which column is having which data type. Ending will return the dimensions. For size, we'll be using the size attribute. For returning the dimensions, we'll be using the shape attribute. To get the index attribute will be used. Also, to get the transpose of rows and columns, we'll be using the T property. For methods, we can return the first n rows using the head method, the last n rows using the tail method. So let us see the examples. The first example, first we will create a data frame using the data frame method, and then we will get the data types of each and every column using the D types. So let's see the example. Here's our open source PyCharm community edition. So let us create a new project. Go to file, new project, name the project. Okay, Pandas DataFrame attributes and methods. Click create, and the location is the following for our project. Click create. Now it got created. Okay, now we are having 8 examples. So I'll be creating the files. Let us begin with the first file. Right click here, new Python file. Enter the name of the file. When I'll press enter, it will automatically add the .py extension because the Python file is by default selected. And here is the demo1.py. Similarly, create the rest of the 7 files. Right click new Python file. So here are our 8 files. Let us add the comments here using the hash. Let me add it. Let us begin with the data frame D types attribute that will return the data types in the data frame. For that, I'll first import pandas. This is an alias so that we don't need to mention pandas again and again. Now let us create a data set. Create a data object, and within that add your data. I'll be adding 3 columns. Student, add the records. Let's say I'm adding records of 5 students. Okay, now add the rank for the new column, comma, and then press enter, and within that add rank. Now add marks. Of each student. Now we will create a data frame using the data frame method. We will add our own index using the index argument. So df pd, that is pandas dot data frame. Within that add the data, comma, index argument to add our own indexes. That's it. Within this add your rows. Let's say I'll be adding row A, row B, row. So we have added the 5 rows. Now let me print the records. Just mention the data frame name object, and you can also add a text here. Student records. Add new lines using 2/n's, 2 new lines. Now the data types using DataFrame.dtypes print. Okay, we have used the dtypes attribute. File, save all. Right click, run demo 1. Herein you can check that we have the data types here. For student, both were integers, so the following is visible in 64, and here it is. Using the dtypes attribute, we can return the data types. In the second example, we will be returning the number of dimensions of the data frame using the ndim attributor property. Let's see the example. Demo 2. We will be using the ndim attribute to display the dimensions, that is, return the number of dimensions of the data frame. Import pandas as PD. PD is an alias. Now let us add the data set. Let us get from here. Okay. So we have a data set now, data, with 3 columns and 5 records. Student, rank, marks. We have created a data frame using the data frame method. We have added the data here and our own index. We have displayed the student records. Okay, we have displayed the data frame. Now we need to get the number of dimensions. For that, use DataFrame.ndim. That's it. Number of dimensions. Okay. You can also add a new line here. Save all. Right click, run demo 2. Here it is. We have student records, 3 columns, 5 records. Obviously it's of 2 dimensions. That's why it's in a table. It's in a table like form, that is a matrix form. Now let us see the third example. We'll be getting the size of the data frame, that is the number of elements in the data frame. Okay, using the size attribute. Let's see. So here it is, pandas data frame size attribute to get the number of elements in the data frame. Okay, first import your pandas and create an alias. Now within that add the data set. Let me take from here. Okay, we will also display the data set. Here is our data with 3 columns and 5 records. We have added our data to the data frame object here, and we have also set up our own indexes using the index parameter, and we have printed the data frame. Get the number of elements in the data frame using DataFrame.size. Okay, that's it. Print it. We can add a text here, message, number of elements. Okay, and a new line also, here also. File, save all, right click and display it. Run demo. First we have printed our student records and the number of elements in it. So this is having 15 elements, right? 1, 2, 3, 6. Calculate from here 15 elements. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it has displayed the number of elements. Now let us see the fourth example. We will get the shape of the data frame, that is to return the dimensions of the data frame in the form of a tuple. You can use the shape attribute. Let's see the example. Here it is, the shape attribute. Let me import the pandas. Import pandas as PD. We have created an alias. Now the data set. I'll take it from here again. Our 5 records, student records, 3 columns, student rank marks, and 5 records. We have displayed the data frame using the data frame method, and within that we have entered our data set and our own index. Now to get the shape, use df, that is data frame dot shape attribute. That's it, and just print it. You can also add a message and 2 new lines. Now I'll go to file, save all, right click and run demo 4. Here it is, the shape is here. 5 rows and 3 columns. 5 comma 3 means 5 rows, 3 columns. So we have printed the dimensions also using the shape attribute. Now let us see the next example. In this example, we will display the index of the data frame using the index attribute. Let us see the example. Here is the example for pandas data frame index attribute. Import pandas as PD and add the data set so that we can display the index only. Herein we have created an index using the index argument. Here it is, our data and our index is here. We added the data in a data frame using the data frame method, and we were having 5 records and 3 columns. We need to just display the indexes. For that, use data frame dot index, print. That's it. Data frame index, file, save all, right click, run demo 5. You can see all the indexes are visible. These were our indexes: row A, row B, row C, row D and row E. Row A, row B, row C, row D and row E. These are visible here, and we have printed it separately using the index attribute. Now let us see the next example. In this example, we'll be getting the transpose of the rows and columns, and we will also understand what it is using the here it is, pandas data frame T attribute. Let us import pandas and create an alias. Now add the data set. Here is our data and we have added the data in the DataFrame method and the index also using the index attribute. Under the data we have our 3 columns and 5 rows. 5 rows will display the 5 records, and we have printed the data frame. We created a data frame using the data frame method and printed. Now we need to just get the transpose. Transpose is the opposite. Okay, that is rows and columns will get converted to columns and rows. For that, use df.t and print it. You can also add a text here for more clarity, and I've also added a new line before and after. That's it. Right click, run demo. So now you can check here. The result is completely opposite. Okay, this was our actual data frame and the result is the following. Columns are in the place of rows and rows are in the place of columns. This is how we can display transpose using the T attribute. In the next example, we'll be working on the methods of data frame in pandas. That is the first one beginning with the head. Okay. If we will use the following head method, it will display the first n rows. That means by default it will display the first 5 rows. And if you'll mention any value within the head method as a parameter, then that number of rows will be returned. Let's see an example. Here it is, head method. Let us import pandas and add an alias also, pd. Okay, now let us create a data set. I am creating a data set here. We have 3 columns and 5 rows. I'll add more to it for this example. Okay, I've added one more. Okay, now we have 6 records of 6 students with 3 columns, that is student name, rank and marks. Okay, and we need to also add this for the additional record. That's it, we have printed it. We will return the first 5 rows by just using the head method because it displays the first 5 rows by using only the head method. Okay, print data frame dot head first 5 rows. It will print by default. This looks fine. Okay, now I'll just go to right click and run demo 7. Herein you can see we were having 6 records now and it displayed only the 5 rows, the first 5, not the F1. Why? Because we have used only the head method. Now you can also change it. Let's say I'll just mention first 2 rows and 2 inside the parameter. And herein we have only displayed the first 2 ones. Why? Because I have mentioned 2 under head. Here we have displayed the top n rows using head method and the top 2 rows using head method only, but with the parameter values. That's it. Now let us see the next example. We just saw how to get the top n rows. So to get the last n rows, use the tail method and the same concept. Okay. Let's see the example. We will print the top 5 rows using the tail method and we will also add a parameter under the tail method to get specific number of rows. Let's see. Here is our pandas data frame tail method. Let us import pandas first and add an alias PD. Now set the data set. Let me take the following. I have displayed the data set here. 3 columns, student, rank, marks, and records of 6 students with the student name, rank, and marks. And we have displayed the data frame using the data frame method. Within that, we added the data here from here and the specific index names. After that, we have displayed the data frame using the following print method. Now let me display the last n rows. df.tail print using the print method. Last 5 rows. Okay, you can now mention last 5 rows here because by default it will display 5 rows. Run demo 8. Here it is. So this was our actual data frame with 6 rows, but we have displayed the last 5 rows. Okay, to display it properly, I just forgot the slash n here. Right click, run demo 8. Here it is visible now. Now let me display, let's say, last 2 rows. What I'll do, I'll just mention 2. Here it is, last 2 rows are visible, E and F will be visible. Okay, if you'll see your exact row, here it is, E and F are visible here. In this video, we saw how we can work around the data frame attributes and method. We saw all these 8 examples to understand the concept properly. Thank you for watching the video. In this lesson, we will learn how to easily join data frame in pandas. We will also see an example. So if you have 2 different data frames, you can easily join. The join method is used to join the data frames in pandas. Let's say you have 2 data frames with different rows and columns, you can easily join them. Let us see an example. So we have this PyCharm community edition, which is open source and freely available. So I'll create a new project, go to file, new project. Let me add a name. Okay, it will get saved in the following location. Just click create. So we have created it. We have a single example. So I'll just right click, new Python file. Add the name of the file. Let's say demo1. When I'll press enter, it will automatically add the .py extension. Press enter. So here is our file. We will create our program to join 2 data frames in pandas. Import pandas as PD. So we have imported pandas and created an alias using the as keyword. Okay. Let us create a data sets. I'll create data sets for both the data frames. I have added ID column. Now the student column ID. Here is our student column. Add student name. Now let's say roll number. Okay. Now data 2 for our second data frame. Let's say I'll add rank. Add ranks. And marks. These are the rank and marks of students. So let's say we have their records in different data sets, so we can easily merge them and join them. Now we will create a data frame. To create a data frame, we use data frame method. So I'll be doing the same. Let's say I'll name it data frame 1, and I'll be adding pandas, that is pd.dataframe method. Add data 1 in it. Print. Let's say I'll print it. Data frame 1. Now let me print data frame 2. Okay. Data 2 will get added here. This data will get in here in the second data frame. We can first display it, file, save all, right click, run demo 1. Now we have a 2 data frames. Here it is. Okay, data frame 1 and data frame 2. We can add this looks fine. Okay, right click, run demo 1. Now this looks fine. Now we need to join it. Join 2 data frames. For that, let's say I'll name it resultant data frame and data frame 1 dot join, and in the brackets mention data frame 2. That's it. This will join both of them. Print the resultant data frame. Joining 2 data frames. Okay. Right click, run demo 1. We were having 2 data frames for student records with ID, student, roll number and rank and marks. The join method will merge all of them. Here it is. Joined successfully. So in this way, guys, we can easily join 2 data frames in pandas. In this lesson, learn how to concatenate data frames in pandas. Let's say we have 2 data frames and we need to concat them. We can easily do it using the concat method. This will completely concatenate the contents of the data frame. Let's see the example. First we will create 2 data frames and add content to it. Then we will concat them. Let's see. So we have this PyCharm ID, the community version, which is free and open source. So herein we will first create a project, new project, file, new project. Let us add the name of the project, pandas concat data frame. Let's say you can add any name. It will get saved in the following location. Pandas concat data frame. Okay, click create. This will create a new project. Here it is, but no files are there. We want a single Python file for our program. Right click, new Python file. Add the name. Let's say I'll add demo 1. When I'll press enter, it will automatically add the .py extension. Why? Because the Python file is by default selected. Here it is. Now let us add a comment quickly. Here it is, concatenate to pandas data frame. Import pandas as PD. We have imported pandas and created a new alias also, PD, so that we don't need to add the word pandas again and again. We will just add PD. Now let us add the data sets. Since we'll be creating two data frames, we'll be adding two data set. Data 1 for the first data frame. Let's say I'll add ID. Within that, add the ID of students, let's say, for our example. So I'll add records of 5 students, so 5 IDs. And now add student. That means the name of the students I'll add here now. Here it is. Amit, John, Jacob, David and Steve. Now roll number of students. Now let us add the data for the second data frame. Okay, herein I'll add ID. Let's say continuing with the previous one, S06, S07, S08, and the names for the next set of students. Above we added 5 students, now we will add 3 students, let's say, and we will concatenate them. Ben, Kane, Rohit. Student. Now the roll number for the last 3 students which we just added. We missed the comma here and also here. We have two data sets. Now we will create a data frames using the data frame method. Data frame 1 is equal to pandas, that is pd.dataframe and within that add data 1. That's it. We can also add indexes using the index argument so that we can add our own indexes. Okay. Let's say I'll add student 1. Okay, index for 5 students. Student 1 to 5. Now print the data frame. Data frame 1. Okay. Now do the same for the second data frame. Let's say data frame 2. Pandas, that is pd.dataframe data frame method and data 2. That's it. Let's say I'll add index also. Student 5, 6, sorry. Student 7 and student 8. Okay, total 8 students, 5 in the first and 3 in the second. Fine. Now I'll print it. Data frame 2. Okay, fine. Now concatenate. Create a resultant data frame. Pandas.concat. Data frame 1, comma data frame 2. Print it. Let's say I'll print them. concatenating data frames, and now I'll print the resultant data frame. What I did, I just used the concatenate method and mentioned the data frames I need to concatenate and printed the resultant data frame. File, save all, to here. Now you can also add /n. Fine, right click, run demo 1. Now let us see the output again. We were having data frame 1 with 5 student records, and data frame 2 with 3 student records. Since we were having different indexes, we added indexes for students. After concatenating them, they got concatenated exactly in the same order. 1 to 5 is here. This was the first data frame and this is the second data frame. In this way, using the concat method, we can easily concatenate the data frames. Thank you for watching the video. In this lesson, learn what is a series in Pandas and how we can create it. We will see some examples also, live running coding examples. Series you can consider as a one-dimensional array, just like you have a column in a table. It is also having labels, that is, it is a labeled array that can easily hold data of any type. To create a series in Pandas, use the series method. Okay, and here are the parameters: data index, d type, name and copy. Okay, the data parameter is used to store the data in the Pandas series. Okay, just like we saw in data frame, we were having the data parameter there as well. Index, if you need to set your own indexes, use the index parameter. To add a specific data type, use the d type. To add the name of the series, use the name parameter, and to copy the input data, use the copy parameter. So we will see some examples so that we can easily understand the series method and learn how to create a series in Pandas. Guys, here are the examples for series. First, we will create a Pandas series. Then we will access a value from it. After that, we will name our own indexes in a Pandas series. And then we will learn how to access a value with labels in a Pandas series. So let us begin with the first example. That is how we can create a Pandas series using the series method. Let's start. Here we have our PyCharm ID community version, which is free and open source. So let us create a new project here for our series examples. Go to file, click new project. Now add the name of the project here. We have given the name Pandas series. You can give any name. The location of the project will be the following. Click create. Our project got created. Here it is. Now let us add our first program file. Right click, new Python file. Add the name of the Python file. Let's say our first program demo1. It will automatically add the .py extension because Python file is by default selected. Press enter. Now here is our first program. We have total 4 examples. So let me create 3 more files. In a similar way, right click, new Python file, demo2, and I'll press enter. 2 files created. Let me create 2 more files quickly. Now here we have our 4 files. Let me add comments to them. Then we will start our program. Here it is, guys, our first program. Create a Pandas series. I've added a comment using hash. Now let us import Pandas. import pandas as PD. We have created an alias PD so that we don't need to write pandas again and again. For that we have used the AS keyword. Let us add the data, okay, for our series. So here it is. I have created a new object data. Add some sample elements. Let's say I added 5 elements integer. Now I'll create the series. Create a series using the series method. S is equal to, let's say, PD, that is pandas dot series method, and within that add the data. This is the following alias we added. Display the series. Okay, S, that is this. We have displayed it. Go to file, save all, right click and run demo1. We have created our first series. Here it is, and the indexes got added by default on its own. Okay, so 0 1 2 3 4 are the indexes. This will get added on its own, and it has also shown the data type of the series. Guys, let us now see the second program in which we will access a value from a pandas series using the following brackets. This is used to access a value from a series. You just need to set the index of the value you want to display inside this. So let's see. Here is our second program to access a value from a pandas series. Okay, first let us add some values. I'm taking the data from here. So let's say the following is a data. First I'll import pandas as PD. I've added the data here, the default, and we created the series using the series method. Display the series. And access the value. Let's say we want to access a specific value. For that I'll just first write the name of the series S. Within the brackets I'll add 2, let's say, to access the third value. Okay, so this is the index 0 1 2, that is the 0th index, first index, second index. Here it is. 40 will get printed. Okay, file, save all, run demo2. We printed the second index, that is 0 first second 40 value. In this way guys, we can easily access a value from a pandas series. How to name your indexes? So by default we saw that 0 1 2 3 4 comes as an index. What if you need to add your own values for index? We can easily do it, okay, using the labels. You just need to set the labels using the under the index argument. Let's see the example. Name your own indexes in a pandas data frame. So what I'll do, I'll just take this data and I'll print it here. Okay, this is what we saw before, simple. So where we can now add the indexes for this, just like we saw in data frame. After the data, just add the index argument and place your index arguments. Okay, so we added 5 indexes for our 5 records. That's it. Now display the series. We have to display it in a similar way. Okay, print s. You can add a text here. Message series custom index labels. Now let's see what will be visible. File, save all. Right click, run demo 3. Okay, we did a flaw. This is fine now. It should work. And we ran it successfully. Custom labels, you can see row A, row B. If I won't add this, let me remove this. Now when I'll run it, you can see the difference. 0, 1, 2, 3 will be visible. So to add your own, you just need to add the index parameter here, comma, index, that's it. And here it is, row A, row B, row C, row D, row E. So in this way guys, you can easily add your own custom indexes. Let us see the next example. How to access a value from a Pandas series with labels. Okay, so we saw before that we added a custom index for the series. So what if you need to access any value from the series with the custom indexes? For that you need to refer to the label, that's it. Let's see the example. Here it is, access a value from a Pandas series with labels. Okay, let me take this code. We added data to a series and also added custom indexes. Okay, here it is, our data is added here and we printed it. Now we will access a value. Referring the label. Write the series name and within this, first we added a number, now we will add the specific index name, that is referring the exact label, row D. That means the following. Now you can add a text here, value from a Pandas series with label row D, specific label, file, save all, right click, run demo 4. Here it is, we added this for row D, 80 got printed here. Okay, value, and we should remove the following, it's not required. Right click, run. Now okay, this was our series and this is the 80 value we printed. In this way guys, we can easily work on accessing a value from a Pandas series with label. So guys, in this video we saw how we can easily create a series in Pandas. We saw 4 live running examples. To understand the concept, In this lesson, we will learn about the attributes and methods of a series in Pandas. Okay, so we saw what is a series. We saw how to create a series with some examples. But now we will see what are its built-in attributes and methods that would actually extend the functionality of a series in Pandas. Let's see. So series in Pandas is a one-dimensional array. It has some built-in methods for basic functionalities like the following. It also has some attributes, the following attributes. Let's say to get the data type of your series, get the dimensions, shapes, also the index of the series which we create using the index argument. With that, we have some methods also to get the first or last n rows, also to display the summary of our series. So when we'll see the examples, the concept will be more clear. Let's see. We will begin with the dtype attribute that would allow us to return the data type of the series. Okay, let's see the first example. Here we have used PyCharm ID, PyCharm community version, which is free and open source. You can also use it. Let me create a new project here. Go to File, New Project. Now name the project. Let's say I'll name it Panda Series. Okay, I'll click Create. Before that, you can see the location of your project. Click Create. Now the project got created. Herein we will add the Python file. Right click New, click Python file. Name the Python file. I'll name demo1 for our first program. When I'll press enter, it will automatically add the .py extension. Here it is. Demo1.py got created. In total, we have 9 programs. So let me create 8 more files in a similar way. Right click New, Python file demo2. 2 files got created. Now I'll quickly create all the files first till demo9. So guys, we have created all the 9 files. Now let me add comments using the hash. First, we will begin with the pandas dtype attribute. Okay, this is used to return the data type of the series. Let me first import pandas using import pandas as PD. I have created PD as an alias. Okay, the alias is created as PD using the AS keyword. Let me add the data first. Okay, this will get stored in the panda series. I have created an object data. Within that, I'll add some integers, 5 integer elements for our example or series. Now I'll create a series using the series method. So add an object s pandas, that is pd dot series method, and add the data in it. That's it. We have created a series. Now I'll display the series, and later on I'll add the dtype attribute. So I'll just print the series. Okay. Now data type will print it. Just use the series dot dtype. This is what we did. Dtype attribute here. Now print it. Okay. Here we can add series data type, file, save all, right click, run demo 1. The following is our series with our 5 elements, and the index got added on its own. The data type, here it is, int64. Okay, obviously integer elements are here. Okay, so in this way guys, we can return the data type of the Pandas series using the D type attribute. Now let us see the second example. In the second example, we will return the number of dimensions of the series using the series.endName attribute. Okay, let us see the example. Here it is, demo 2, endName attribute, import pandas as PD. Okay, now I'll take it from here, the data, and I'll display it like this. So here is our data, we added it here. Data, okay, series S, we printed it, the following series, and our data was having 5 integer elements. Now I'll print the dimensions using the endName attribute. Mention s.endName, that's it. And we can also print a message, dimensions. Now go to file, save all, right click, run demo 2. So here is our series, and it has printed that this is for 1 dimension, that is the dimensions are 1. In this way guys, using the endName attribute we can display the dimensions. Let us see the next example. In the third example, we will return the number of elements in the Pandas series using the size attribute. Let us see the example. Okay, import pandas as PD. Now let us take the data from here. Data is the following, and we added 5 elements and printed the series using the series method. Now we need to get the size. That means the total size of the series. So herein we are having 5 elements. So 5 should be the output. Series dot size, that's it, and print it now. Series dot size. Okay, we will return the number of elements in the series. Save all, right click, run demo 3. Here we were having 5 elements. I told you output will be 5. We can add a slash in here. That's it. We printed a series size 5. So guys, in this way we can easily find the number of elements in a series using the size attribute. Let us see the next example. Name attribute. This will return the name of the series using the name attribute. But first we need to set the name using the name parameter of the series method. So let's see. Here it is, demo 4, name attribute, import pandas as PD. Now I'll show you the same example and I'll first add the name of the series because we still haven't added it here. Okay, so I'll just add it. Our data is here, 5 elements, series, and the data got added in series. In the series method itself, you can add the name attribute and mention the name of the series. Let's say I'll add a random name, my number series, that's it. Display the series. We need to display this name, that's it. For that, s.name, print it. Okay, s.name. Go to file, save all, right click, run demo 4. So our name was my number series and the output should be the same. Here it is, series. Even in the print itself, it is showing the name, but we displayed it using the name attribute, my number series. So this is what we named here. So using the name attribute, we can display the name of the series. Let us see the next example. In the next example, we will be using the has nans attribute to return true if your pandas series is having nan values, that is not a number. So we will be using the has nans attribute. Let's see the example. Herein let me import pandas and I'll take the same example. Let's say the following, and I'll add it here, the data and the name of the data. We printed the series using the series method, added the data. Let me add nan. To add nan, we'll be using numpy. So if you remember, before installing pandas, we installed numpy also. That's a necessity because pandas is built on top of numpy. Okay, so I added nan here. Now I'll check for nan, and herein you can see after adding this, it automatically imported it, because if you won't import it, there will be an error. Since we already installed it, it imported on its own. Now series.hasNans attribute, that's it. Print. Does the series has nan? I'll go to file, save all, right click and run demo 5. Okay, yes, the series was having nan, and has nans method will also show that it's true that we have nan here. So in this way, guys, we can easily work around the has nans attribute using both the numpy and pandas library. In the next example, guys, what we will do, we will display the index of the panda series, but first we will set the index, because the default index visible in a series is like 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So if you want to add a custom index, you need to use the index parameter of the series like we did in DataFrame. Let's see. Okay, import pandas as PD. Let me take the example from here. Demo 6. So our data is here, 5 values. Okay, and we also added a name. Let me add index attribute here. Okay, now we can add indexes. The array for index, here it is. Let me add something like number 1, 5 values, right? Number 3, number 4, number 5. Okay, I'm just displaying a sample example, nothing else. Okay, we added the index and we displayed the series like this. Using the series method, we added data, then index, and then the name. Now display the index using the series.index attribute. Print it. Go to file, save all. Okay, you can mention return the index. Right click, run demo 6. Here it is, our series, and we added custom index label num1, num2, num3, num4, num5 for our 5 values. Okay, and it displayed here series index using the index attribute. First we added using the index parameter, then we displayed the indexes using the index attribute. Now let us see the next example. Head method. So we will be explaining the head method of the Panda series. It is used to return the first n rows of the Panda series. So if you won't mention anything under the parameter, it will display the top 5 rows. And if you want let's say top 3 rows, just mention the number 3 inside it. Okay, let's see the example to understand the concept. Here it is, head method. Let me take this from here. We have a data here with the 5 values and we printed the data. We created the series using the series method and added our data. Okay, we will also add some more values here for our example. Okay, because we will be displaying the first 5 rows. For that, use s.head method and add nothing in the parameter. The first 5 rows of the series. Okay, that's it. Return the first n rows. N would be 5 by default, you can see. I have added nothing in the parameter. Right click, run demo 7. And here it is. We added 7 elements before, integer elements in the series. When we used the head method, it displayed only the top 5 rows. Okay, now let me display the top 2 rows. Let's say for that, just add the parameter. Right click, run demo 7. Here it is. Okay, series. Then we displayed the first 5 rows. Then we displayed the first 2 rows only. Okay, using the head method with the parameter value 2. So this is how, guys, we can work around head method to display the first n rows. Let us see the next example. In this example, we will do the opposite. That is, we will return the last n rows of the Panda series using the tail method. Similarly, if you won't add anything under parameter, it will display the last 5 rows. If you'll add, let's say, 3 under the tail method, it will display the last 3 rows of the Panda series. Okay, let's see the example to understand. Okay, import pandas as PD. We will return the last 5 rows. Let me take the same example. I'm having 8 elements now. Okay, and I have displayed the series, created a series using the series method and displayed it. Now I need to get the last n rows. Use series.tail method. Okay, and print it. First I'll print last 5 rows because I won't add anything under the tail parameter. File, save all. Right click, run demo it. Now you can see last 5 rows are visible. We were having 8 elements and last 5 rows are visible. Now I'll display the last 2 rows using the tail method, and I have mentioned the parameter as 2. Similarly, right click, run demo it. Now first last 5 rows will be visible, then last 2 rows will be visible because we added 2 on the tail. In this way guys, you can return the last n rows of the Pandas series. Now the last example. Info method, it is used to display the summary of the Pandas series. So let's see what all gets included in the summary. Here is a demo 9. Okay, now I'll take an example of the index one. Okay, so that we get the complete summary. We have the index also and name here also. Okay, so here in the data with 5 elements. Then we have created a series using the series method and printed the series. Now get the info. Series.info, that's it. Print it. Series summary. Okay, go to file, save all, right click and run demo 9. Okay, so complete info about the series is visible. This is the series. The name was my number series. Data type was int64. Class is the following: Pandas series class. Index 5 entries, num1 to num5, which is fine. 5 non-null values. Okay, data type int64. Memory usage is also visible. So we have displayed the entire information about the series using the info method. So guys, in this video we saw how we can easily work around the attributes and methods of the Pandas series. We saw 9 examples. In this lesson we will learn how to combine two Pandas series. So let's say you have two series in Pandas and you want to merge them, combine them, you can easily do it. For that we have the combine method. Within that you need to also add a specific function. That function will compare both the series and will display the largest values or the smallest values from both the series. So when we will see the example, the concept will be more clear. Let us see the example. Here we are using the PyCharm ID, the free and open source PyCharm community edition. Okay, now let us create a new project. Go to file, new project, add the name of the project. Here is our name, you can add any name, and here is the path of the project. Okay, the complete path. Click create directly. Now the project got created. We need to add a file, okay, a Python file. Right click, new Python file. Let us name the file. I'll name it demo1, and when I'll press enter, it will automatically add .py extension because the Python file is by default selected. Here it is, demo1.py. Let me add the comment. Okay, to begin with, import pandas. So here we have our pandas. Import pandas as PD. We have created an alias PD so that we don't need to write pandas again and again. We achieved this using the as keyword. Now guys, let us first set the data for both the series, beginning with the first series. Let's say I'll add 5 elements. Now for the second series, we have added 5 elements for the second series also. That is the data. Now we will create a series using this data. Series 1 pandas.series data 1. Okay, we have used the series method to add a data. Now do the same for the second series, series 2, and add the second data. Here it is. Now we can display the series. So we have printed both the series, okay, series 1 and series 2. Now we will add a function for combining them, that is to find the largest value. So I'll create a function. In Python we create a function using the def keyword, keyword. Okay, let's say I have two values. I'll be comparing the values one by one. So I'll use the if loop, x1 greater than x2. If x1 is greater than x2, you need to return the first value obviously, and if it's else, if x1 is less than x2, then return the x2 value. That's it. We will now combine. For that I'll be creating a new object res, and within that I'll combine both the series 1 dot combine, add series 2. That's it. And the function also, obviously the function is important for the decision. Okay, series 1. Now it's fine. Now display the result. Res, that's it. You can also mention a message after combining. Now I'll just go to file and save all. Okay, I did a flaw. I need to add series 2. We are combining 1 with 2. Now right click and run demo 1. Let's see the output. We have the following two series 1 and series 2, and it will fetch the largest value. Here it is. Okay, how this worked? It compared both the series because we added the following function. Our series 1, which is the largest value from 10 and 25, it's 25. From 20 and 5, it's 20. From 40 and 75 it's 75, from 80 and 95 it's 95, and from 100 and 45 it's 100. The output will display the largest value by comparing both the series. Here it is 25, 20, 75, 95, 100. So in this way guys, we can combine two series and add a function. Okay, it used a specific function for the decision which was mentioned by us as a parameter of the combine method. That is the demo here. In this way guys, you can easily work on the combine method to combine two pandas series. So guys, in this way we can easily combine two pandas series. Okay, and we have used a specific function for the decision which we mentioned as a parameter of the combine method. That is here, demo. Here it is, def demo, function demo. Thank you for watching the video. In this lesson we will learn how to work with the categorical data in pandas. So it is basically a pandas data type, okay, which is corresponding to categorical variables in statistics. Basically a categorical variable takes on a fixed and limited number of possible values. For examples you can consider like gender, blood type, rating, and others. In this lesson we will see two examples. First we will learn how to create a categorical series in pandas, and second we will see how to create a categorical data frame in pandas. Okay, we can use the pandas.categorical also, pandas.categorical method also, but we will use the data type, the D type parameter of the series and data frame methods to create a category, that is a categorical series and categorical data frame respectively. Okay, let's see the first example, how to create a categorical series in pandas. Here we have our PyCharm ID. The PyCharm community version is free and open source. I'll create a new project, go to file, new project. Now add the name of the project. Let me name it pandas categorical data. Okay, you can add any name and the project will get saved here. Create. Here it is, our project got created. So we are having two examples, so we need to create two Python files. Right click, new Python file, add the name of your Python file. When I'll press enter, it will automatically add .py extension. Okay, because Python file is by default selected here. Press enter. We have created our first file. Now let me create a second file. Right click, new Python file, add the name demo2, press enter, and we have both the files now. Let me add the comments quickly. Now let me create a program so that we can create a categorical series in pandas. First import pandas and add an alias to it using the as keyword. Now let us create a categorical series. We can directly use pandas, that is pd.categorical. Okay, but we can also add the D type parameter. We will see the same. So I created a new object. Now I'll use pandas.series method to create a series. Okay, and after that I'll make it a categorical series by just typing D type parameter and setting the data type to category. So here I'll add my values. Okay, let's say I'll add demo values. Okay, I have added values here, 5 values. Now I'll just display the series or categorical series. Okay, just display S, that's it. Okay, I'll go to file, save all, right click and run demo 1. Here our categorical series will be visible, and you can see the data type is category, and it is showing that we are having 4 categories, that is PQRS. PQRS it is showing here. In this way guys, we can easily create a categorical series. So we created the categorical series successfully using the dtype parameter. Now let us see the second example where we will create a categorical data frame using the dtype parameter. We will create 3 categories. Let us see the example. Here is our second example to create a categorical data frame. Import pandas. Create a categorical data frame. Okay. Here it is, df or object pandas.dataframe, that is pd.dataframe, to create our data frame. Now within this we will add our data and set categories, and in the end we will type the dtype parameter. We will set the dtype parameter for the data type as category. That's it. So we can directly use the pandas.categorical function also, but I'm creating it in an alternative way. So let me create my first category here. Let's say the category name is cat1. Okay, and I'll be setting a list in it using the list method. Let's say PQRS, some random values. First got created. Let me create the second category and the third also. Now I'll change it to cat2 for the second category and cat3 for the third category, and I'll also add some values, PQRP here, and some random Q. This would be fine, and the data type we already set to category. Good to go. Now display the data frame. One by one I'll be displaying the data type of each column. We have 3 columns here, cat1, cat2, cat3. Go to file, save all, right click, run demo 2. Okay, we have our 3 categories here, and the data type I have displayed, and it is showing that the data type is category, which is fine. I just wanted to show it. Here I did a mistake, a typo, each. Now it's fine. Right click, run demo 2. Here it is. In this way guys, we can easily create a data frame. So guys, we saw how to create a categorical data frame also. In this lesson we saw how we can create a categorical series and data frame. In this lesson, we will learn how to work with categories in Pandas. For that, we'll be learning how to append new categories and how to remove a category. First, we will see how to append new categories, and then we will see the second example to remove a category. Let us begin with the first example in which we will use the add underscore categories method to append a category. Let's see the first example. We are using the PyCharm community version, a free and open source ID. Okay, we will create a new project. Go to File, New Project. Within this, add the name of the project. Okay, you can add any name and it will get saved in the following location. Click Create. Here we have created our project. Now let us add files. Right click, New, Python file. Add the name of the Python file, demo1. When I'll press enter, it will automatically add .py extension. Here it is, we have created demo1.py. We have two examples, so I'll create the second file. Right click, New, Python file, demo2. Press enter. I've added a second file also. Let me add the comments. Here we have our first program. Let us import pandas. Import pandas as PD. PD is an alias. Now let us create a categorical series. Okay, S is equal to pandas, that is PD dot series, and within this we will add a series and set it as a category. Type D type is equal to category. Okay, now I'll add the data here. Okay, I've added the data. Now I'll print the series. Okay, now append a category. Okay, now I'll be using the add underscore categories. Okay, now I'll type series dot cat dot add underscore categories to append. Let me add T here. Okay, and that's it. Display the updated category. S. Okay, go to File, Save All, right click, Run Demo1, and let's see the result. First we were having 4 categories. Okay, here it is, PQRS. Now we added one more category, appended. It's visible in the end and we have 5 categories now. In this way guys, we can easily add a new category to a categorical series. We saw how to append a category. Now we will see how to remove a category using the remove underscore categories method. So let's see the example. Demo 2. Okay, remove a category, import pandas as PD. Okay, we can take it from here. I'm taking the data from here. That's it. Here it is. We have categories here set using the D type parameter and we have displayed the series. Now s is equal to s dot cat dot remove underscore categories. So let's say I'll remove R from here and I'll just print the series. Okay, updated category yes. Let's see, file, save all, right click, run demo 2. We were having 4 categories initially, PQRS. Here it is 4 categories. Now we removed one of the category and we have 3 only remaining because we deleted R. Okay, here it is, we removed the R category. In this way guys, you can remove a category. In this lesson we saw how we can easily work around categories. We created a category using the dtype parameter. We appended a new category, then we also saw an example to remove a category. In this lesson we will learn how to read a CSV file in Python Pandas. We can easily read and access a CSV file with Pandas. For that the read underscore CSV method is provided by Pandas. It is a built-in method. So herein we will create a CSV file and we'll read it using this method. We will create the following CSV file. Let us first create it. I'll be creating it on the desktop. Right click on the desktop, new, add an Excel worksheet. Let's say I'll name it students. I'll change the extension .csv here. When I'll keep the cursor here, it will ask me to change the extension or not. Go for yes. If you're not getting the extensions here, what you need to do, go to here and view, here in show, and you need to enable the file name extensions. This works for Windows 11. Okay, that's it. I did that so the extensions were visible. Now we have created students.csv. Click on it. I have opened it. Okay, now let me add demo content to it. Let's say student rank and marks. Okay, I have added, and rank I'll add here. Marks. So I'm just creating a basic data set. Okay, CSV file. Generally files are very huge, but I'm showing an example here. Okay, that's it. Okay, now it's visible. So here is my data set. I'll go to file and just save it. I'll print this using the read underscore CSV method. Okay, we will see these 3 examples. First we will read the CSV using read CSV. Then we will also show the top n rows and the last n rows of the data frame. That is our CSV file. The first example, we will be using the same CSV file which we just placed on the desktop, students.csv, and we will use the read underscore CSV method. Let us do it. We have this PyCharm ID, the free and open source edition, PyCharm community edition. So let us create a new project, file, new project, add a name to your project, read CSV. It will get created in the following location. Click create. It got created. Now let us add a new file. Since we are having 3 examples, so I'll be going for 3 files. Right click new Python file. add the name to your first file demo1.py. It will automatically add the extension. You just need to press enter now. Here it is, got created. Create two more files. New Python file demo2. We have created three files. Let me add the comments. Okay, we have added the comment. I'll import pandas as PD. We have imported pandas and added an alias here also. We will input our CSV file which we just created. We will load this CSV in a data frame using the read underscore CSV. Now we will create a data frame object. I have created df is equal to pandas, that is pd dot read underscore CSV, and now add the path here. Here it is, right click. You can copy as path from here, or you can go to show more options and click on copy as path. Okay, now right click and paste your path. Now I'll print it. Print the data frame. That will include our CSV file, save all, right click, run demo1. This may show an error. Here it is, an error. So how to fix it? There are multiple ways, and depends on your system what will work and what won't. So I'll show you every possible way. First type R here. Okay. Now run. Okay, this still won't work. So remove the R, add a path like this. Double slash. Now right click and run demo1. Again, if this won't work, you need to go to your CSV. Open it. Okay. Go to file, save as, browse. Herein select it as CSV, MS-DOS, CSV. Let's say I'll name it students new. Okay, I'm giving a new name. Go to tools, web options. Herein go to encoding. Select UTF-8. Click OK and save. Now we have our students new.csv. Add it here. Right click, run demo1. It worked, you can see. So in this way you can work around your CSV and display the CSV data. It automatically added the indexes. And this was our CSV. Okay. You can close it now. Right click, run demo1. And you can see we successfully displayed read underscore CSV data. In this way guys, you can also achieve the same. Guys, we saw a CSV file and read it using the read underscore CSV method. Now guys, we will display the top n rows of a data frame using the head method. Okay. If you won't mention anything in the parameter, it will return the top 5 rows. Else if you'll add any parameter, let's say 2 I'll add, so it will return the top 2 rows. Let's see. Okay, so this was our CSV file. We were having 5 records. Let me add 2 more records. Open this. Okay, now save it. That's it. This is our CSV now. Go to your program now, demo 2. Okay, herein we will display the top n rows. By default it will show 5 rows. So let's see. We will take it from here. Okay, okay, and we will display. I'll right click and you can see 7 records are visible. We want to display the top 5 records, so top n rows. Okay, for that what I'll do, I'll just mention DataFrame dot head. That's it, and I'll just print it. I told you by default it will show the top, how many, top 5 rows. Okay, I'll just run it again. Right click, run demo 2. So we were having 7 records and it is now displaying the top 5 records. Why? Because we have used the following. Now let's say I want only 2 rows. So just mention 2 here. That's it. Right click, run demo 2, and it will display 2 records. Top 5 rows, top 2 rows, and all the records 7. In this way guys, we can easily display the top n rows using the head method. Now let us see the last example in which we will use the tail method to display the last n rows. If we won't mention anything in the parameter, it will display 5 rows, last 5 rows. Else let's say if I'll add 2, it will display the last 2 rows. Let's see the example. Here it is. Now we have our CSV here. We just saw how to create and how to run it. Display the last n rows. Type df.tail and that's it. It will display the last 5. By default. Okay, right click, run demo 3. We were having 7 records in our CSV. Now only the last 5 are visible because we have used the tail method. Let's say I need to display the last 3 rows, for example. So I'll add 3 here. That's it. Right click, run demo 3. So we have displayed it last 3 rows using the same method, tail. In this lesson we saw how we can read a CSV file. We saw how to read, how to display the top n rows, and how to display the last n rows. In this lesson we will learn how to read an Excel file in Pandas. We will read an Excel file and perform operations on it. To read an Excel file, we use the read underscore Excel method. That is a built-in method of Python Pandas. Okay, first we need to install open py excel package. Then we need to use the read underscore Excel method. So since we are using PyCharm ID for this course, so I'll be installing it on PyCharm ID. First, let us create a sample Excel file. I'll be creating a sample 7 rows Excel file. Generally, Excel files are quite huge, but for our sample example, for easier purpose, we are just showing this small Excel file. Okay, let us create it. Go to the desktop. Let's say I'll be creating a new Excel file on the desktop. Right click, new. Excel. I'll name it Cricket. Double click. I opened it. Now I'll add some content to it. Okay, cricket, let's say player, rank, points. Okay, so let me add some names, cricketer names. Rank, let me add it, and I'll just select both of these and drag it. Points, let me set the points as well. So this will be our sample Excel. I've added the points. That's it. Now click save here, minimize. We have created this Excel file with the extension XLSX. Now we will install the OpenPy Excel package and begin with the following programs. The first program is to read an Excel file. Then we will display the top n rows, and then we will display the last n rows. I'll load my Excel file in the data frame. Begin with the first program. So let us read our Excel file using the pandas.read_excel method. We will load the Excel file, read the data and store it in a pandas data frame. Here is our PyCharm ID. We are using the free and open source PyCharm community edition. Let us create a new project for it. File, new project. Add the project name. Okay, this should be fine. You can add any name. Here is the path of the Excel. Click create. We have created our project. Now let us add a file. Right click, new Python file. Demo1, it will automatically add the .py extension because Python file is by default selected. Press enter. Here it is, we created. Now create two more files for our other examples. Demo2. Right click, new Python file, demo3. Press enter. We have created all three files. Now let us add the comments also. So here is our first example. To read the Excel file, first import pandas as PD. We have also created an alias. Now guys, I told you to read an Excel file, we need OpenPy Excel package. Okay, so we will install it. Go to file, click settings. Herein we have our packages. We have the packages installed. We installed NumPy and pandas. You just need to go here itself. This was our project name. Okay, we just went here after clicking settings, interpreter, and click the plus sign. Here and type the package you want, OpenPy Excel, right? When you click here, you can see it is a library to read write Excel files. Fine, click install package. We have installed the OpenPy Excel successfully. Click close. Now it will be visible here. Here it is. We installed it. Click OK. Now guys, we can easily work around our Excel file. Let us begin. First, we will input the Excel file. Load the Excel in the data frame. Data frame object, we have created it. We use pandas, that is pd.read_excel. Okay, now mention the path. Okay, So our path is on the desktop. Herein, right click on your file. You can click copy as path, or you can go to show more options on Windows 11 and click copy as path. On Windows 10 also you can find this here. We have copied the path. Right click, paste. Here is a path. You can print the Excel file records now. That means DF. Okay, and you can also mention a message here. Let me save it. File, save all. Right click, run. Here we have our error. Okay, for Excel. We can type R here. Let's see, right click, run demo 1. This may fix it. No, still not fixed. Or I can remove this and type. Okay, now right click and run demo 1. Let's see, no, it is still not fixed. Okay, the same error. Do the same thing which I did before for CSV. Open. File. Save as. Browse. Under Excel it's fine. Tools. Web options. Select UTF-8. OK. And you can give it a new name. Let's say I'll give it save. You can type cricket new and rest looks fine. Run demo 1. Permission issue. I'll copy this, cut, and let me paste it here, or I can directly click paste here. Okay, I'll close it first. I've copied it. Now the path is here. It's in E drive. Run demo 1. It's fixed now. Okay, we have fixed it. So in this way, guys, you can read your Excel file. So you may find some errors while working on Excel or CSV files. So I have shown you ample options to fix it. Okay, so this should work in 2024. Okay. So guys, we saw how to read an Excel file using the read_Excel method. We will display the top n rows of a data frame, that is wherein we loaded our Excel using the head method. If you want to display the top first 5 rows, then only use the head method. If you want specific number, let's say you want 2 rows, so mention head. In the parameter mention 2, and only the top 2 rows will get returned. Let's see the example. Here it is. Display the top n rows of the data frame in Pandas. Import Pandas as PD. Okay, now let me take it from here. I'll input the Excel file and we placed it in E drive. Okay, Excel file records are displayed here. Now we want to return the top n rows. For that, I'll use df.head, and I won't place anything inside it because I want the top 5. top 5 rows. Right now, here is our Excel file. Okay, it is having 6 records. Okay, the top file will get displayed. Top n rows, file, save all, right click, run demo 2. These were our records and these were top 5. Not the last one. So the following top 5 is visible here. So this is how we can work around head method. We can also display specific rows. Let's say top 2 I want. I'll just mention 2 here in the brackets and that's it. Right click, run demo 2. Here it is. We have displayed the top 2. Okay. We saw how to work around the head method to display the top n rows. Now we will see how to display the last n rows using the tail method. It works in a similar way, but it will display the last n rows. If you want to display the last 2 rows only, you can use the tail method and in the bracket mention 2. Let's see. Import pandas as PD. Let us load our Excel and print. Here is our Excel. It will display the last 5 rows. That means it will ignore the first one. So only these will get printed. Let's see. Now return the last n rows. Print df dot tail method, right? You can add a message also like we did before. Last 5 rows. Run demo 3 and the last 5 rows will get printed. Okay, the last 5 rows will get printed using the tail method. Similarly, if you want to display specific number of rows, so let's say I'll add 3 last 3 rows. Mention the parameter as 3 under the tail method. Right click and run demo 3 and we will be displayed with the last 3, Ben, Rohit and Kane, and these were the last 3, Ben, Rohit and Kane. So guys, in this way we can easily work upon the tail method. So guys, we saw how we can read an Excel file in Pandas. We read an Excel file, displayed the top n rows as well as the last n rows of the data frame. In this lesson we will learn what is indexing in Pandas. Okay, with that we will also see some examples. Indexing basically means to index and select specific data in Pandas. Let's say you have the following CSV file and you want to get a specific record. Let's say the record of the student Amit. You can easily get it. Or you want to get a specific column. You can easily achieve this. For this video, we will use the following students.csv file. In the previous lectures, we have seen how to create a CSV file, how to add data to it. You can use Excel also to create a CSV file. Add the data and save it as .csv. The following CSV file we will consider. Here are the records and we will work on this students.csv file. Okay, indexing basically means to select specific rows and columns of data. So here we will consider a data frame. We will input a CSV file and load the CSV file into the data frame. The following operations will be performed using the indexing operator. First we will use the indexing operator. Then we will use the LOC attribute, and the last example will be to work on the ILOC attribute. Let's see the first example. Here we will use the indexing operator to retrieve the records. We have our PyCharm ID here. We have used the PyCharm community free and open source edition. So let me create a new project. Go to File, New Project. Here add the name of the project, Pandas Indexing. You can add any name. The location of the project is the following. Click Create. We have created our project Pandas Indexing. Now let us add some files. Right click New. Name your file. I'll name it demo1, and the .py extension will get automatically added. Why? Because Python file is by default selected. Press enter. Here is the first file demo1.py. Now let us create two more files. Right click New, Python file, demo2, press enter. Right click New, Python file, demo3, press enter. Here it is. We have created three files. Now let me add the comments quickly. Let us see the first example to use the indexing operator for indexing. Let me import pandas first. Import pandas as PD. PD is an alias. Here we have imported the pandas and created an alias using the as keyword. Now let us input CSV file and load. The CSV file into the data frame. The data frame object, type pandas, that is pd dot read underscore CSV, because we need to read the CSV. Herein add the path. Following is the path, E drive. Okay, or you can directly go to right click and select copy as path, or go to show more options and select copy as path. The following is also visible on Windows 10. This is Windows 11. Right click, paste. Add double slash to run it. Display the CSV file records. Or data frame. Let me print this. Right click, run demo1. So we ran it successfully, and here is our data frame. Our CSV loaded successfully. Check from here, same data. We will use the indexing operator. Let me create a new object, res. This will store our output and use the indexing operator. The following: the record you want to retrieve, add the column. Okay, here you can also set the column for the indexes. So I'll add a specific column, that means student. Always the student will be visible because we have set it as an index. If we will remove it, the default 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 indexes will be visible. Now the marks will also be visible because we have retrieved it using the indexing operator. Now print, add a new line, and just mention the following. Let's see the output. I told you that here are all the records. We wanted only marks records, and we have also set student as index initially. Okay, that's why it's visible like this. Now we are provided with our marks here using indexing. In this way, guys, we can easily work on the indexing operator. Now let us see the second example. Guys, we saw how to work with the indexing operator and we retrieved a specific column. Now the next example, we will retrieve a single row record using the LOC attribute. Let's see. Here is a second example. Okay, now I'll just take the code from here till this, because we have imported the CSV here successfully, and we have set the column for the index as student. So our index is now the student column, that is the student name. Now we need to retrieve a single row. Let's see which row we will access. Use df, the same data frame dot loc operator. Within this, mention which record you want to access. I want the record for student Amit. Okay, print, just print this stuff. That's it. Right click, run demo 2. The following were our records and the student was our index here, and we wanted the records of only the student with name Amit. So here it is, rank 1 and marks 95. The same is visible here. We can easily retrieve a single row using the LOC attribute in Pandas. Now we will see our last example to perform indexing in Pandas using ILOC operator. This will allow us to retrieve the rows and columns by position. The following is our example to perform indexing using the ILOC attribute. I'll just load the CSV and add it to the data frame. Okay, similarly we did this for the first two examples, and our index is the student column. The following was our file. We retrieved the following row in the last example. In this example, we will retrieve the rows and columns by position. Let's say we want row 3 records. So what I'll do, I'll create a new object, res df.iloc. For the third row, we will use the second index. Print res, that's it. Let's see the output. Right click, run demo 3. We were having a complete data frame. We loaded our CSV and we wanted the record for the third row. So we did this using the ILOC. We just added the index. David marks 80, rank 3. Third one, 1, 2, 3. David marks 80, rank 3 is visible. So we easily saw how to work with the ILOC attribute to retrieve the rows and columns by position. Guys, in this video we saw how we can work with indexing in Pandas. We saw how to work with the indexing operator, the LOC attribute as well as the ILOC, and we retrieved records. In this lesson we will learn how to select multiple columns in Pandas. Let's say you have a data frame and you want to select multiple columns at once. You can easily do it. Okay, with that, if you want to access more than 2 columns, set it as a range. We will see both of these examples in which we will select only 2 columns, specific 2 columns. Then we will also see how we can select more than 2 columns in a range. Let us begin with the first example. In this we will create a data frame, and to select specific columns mention them under the indexing operator like this. Okay, just mention the name of the columns you want to select. That's it. Let's see the example. Here we have used PyCharm ID, the free and open source PyCharm Community Edition. Let us create a new project. File, new project, add the project name. Select multiple columns, and here is the path of the project we have created. Click create. Here is a project. Now let us create a Python file. Right click, new Python file. Here we need to name demo1. On pressing enter, .py will get automatically added because the Python file is by default selected. I have pressed enter and demo1.py is visible. Create another file. We have two examples, right? Demo2, and here it is. We have two files, demo1 and demo2. Now let us add the comments quickly. Let us see the first example, how to select two columns. First we will import pandas and create an alias so that we don't need to use the word pandas again and again. Here is our alias, pd. We have added this using the as keyword. Here it is. Now let us create the data for our data frame. I'll mention data here. You can add any name. Now add the columns. Within this, add the records. Let's say I'll add 5. This will have student name. Here is the rank. Here is the marks. Now add a data frame. Pandas, that is pd.dataframe. pd.dataframe, and within that mention a data. That's it. We have created a data frame. Now print the data frame. Or you can directly say student records. Okay. I'll use df, and in brackets I need to select two columns. Let's say I need to select the rank and marks column. So directly mention rank and comma marks. That's it. Do not mention the columns you don't want to add, and print this. Selecting only two columns. Okay, go to file, save all, right click, run demo1. Okay, this was the first letter was in capital. Now it's fine. Right click, run demo1. We were having student rank marks, columns, we only wanted rank and marks, so the following is visible. The indexes are the default 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, visible here and here also. Selected 2 columns and displayed it. We saw how we can select specific 2 columns from a data frame. In the second example, what we will do, we will select multiple columns in a range. Let's say we want columns from 3rd to 5th. For that, mention the following 2:5. We have used DataFrame.columns for this. Let us understand this with an example. Second example, import pandas. Let me add the data set from here, and I'll be adding more of them now. Okay, student rank marks. Also add let's say ID. Okay, we have added ID also. Comma. Let's say I'll also add roll number. Let me add address just for demo. Okay, we have added it. Comma. Okay, that's it. Now we have our 6 columns. We will display it. Right click, run demo 2. Okay, we have missed it. We missed a comma. Right click, run demo 2. Here we have our records. Okay, now we will just try to retrieve the records. Let's say I'll just type data frame. In the bracket, I'll type data frame dot columns. Okay, and within that mention 2:5 and print it. This will select columns 3rd to 5th. Right click, run. Okay, 2 to 5th means 3rd to 5th. Okay, 2 to 5th will retrieve roll, rank and marks. Okay, here it is. In this way, we can easily select multiple columns in a range. Okay, 3rd to 5th, 1, 2, 3, 3rd to 5th. Roll, rank, marks. Okay, so here we have set the data frame as df. You can also mention it as data frame, and then you need to just set data frame here as well as here also. Okay, for an example, we have named it as data frame. You can use df or any name, and the same worked for the first example. In this video, we saw how we can select multiple columns. We saw 2 examples. First, we selected only 2 columns. Then we selected multiple columns in a range using the colon operator. In this lesson, we will learn how to add a new column to a Pandas data frame. First, we will create a data frame and then we will insert a column to an already created data frame. So we have two ways. That means we will see the following two examples. We will add a new column using the insert method. This will allow you to add the column data, the column name, as well as the location of the column. That is where you want to place the new column. In the second example, we will assign a new column using the assign method. But in this, the new column will get automatically added to the end. Okay. Let us see the first example. I told you we will add a new column using the insert method. This will allow you to add the location of the new column, the name of the new column, and the data of the new column. That means the insert method is having the following parameters. The first will allow you to add the location wherein you want the new column. The second will be the name of the new column. And the third will include the values of the new column. Here it is. Okay. Now let us see the example. Here we have our PyCharm ID. We are using the free and open source PyCharm Community Edition. Okay, go to File, create a new project, File, New Project. Add the name of the project here. I have added Pandas add column. You can add any name. It will get saved in the following location. Click Create. We have created it. Now let us add a new Python file. Right click on the project, New Python file. Add the name of the Python file. Let's say my first file will be demo1. It will automatically add the .py extension because the Python file is by default selected. Press enter. Here it is, demo1. Create a new file again. Right click, new Python file, demo2. Press enter. Okay, so we have our two Python files. Now let us add the comments also. Okay, let us see the first example. We will add a new column to a data frame using the insert method. Import pandas. We have added an alias PD using the AS keyword. Now add the data for your data frame. Here it is. First I'll add ID, then I'll add student column, rank, marks. Okay, let me add records of 5 students. So I've added ID. Now add the name. I'm adding the name here. Okay, now add the rank. That's it. Marks. So we have created our data. Now create the data frame. Let's say I'll create an object data frame like this. I'll use pandas, that is pd.dataframe method, and within that mention the data. That's it. Data frame created successfully. You can print the data frame. Also mention a message like we are having student records. Okay, now we will insert a new column. I told you using the dataframe dot insert. Within that, first mention the location wherein you want to place. I'll mention 2. Then the name of the column, I have placed column name, and then the values. Okay, it has also shown the syntax on its own on PyCharm ID. Okay, I have added all the details. Now what we need to do, I'll just print it. Print the data frame, mention the message updated data frame. That's it. Now go to file, save all, right click, run demo 1. Let's see what we did. First we created a 4 column 5 row table for student records. Then we added a new column, that is roll number, and we placed it at the second index, at index second, that means third position, ID student third position roll number. Why? Because we added 2 here. That means index 2 means position third. In this way, guys, we can add a new column. Guys, we saw how we can add a new column using the insert method. We also placed the column at a specific location. In the second example, we will learn how to add a new column using the assign method. We will add a new column to an already created data frame, but the new column will get added to the end. So this is the purpose of the assign method. Just mention the column name and the values. That's it, nothing else. Herein we have our second example. Import pandas and add an alias. Now we can take the records from here. We added 4 columns, ID, student, rank, marks. Now we need to use the assign method to add a new column. Okay, mention data frame. Okay, create a new object for the output resdf, let's say. Within that, mention data frame dot assign method. Under this, mention the name as well as the values like this. Okay, I have added it. Mention it like this. Okay, this looks fine now. Now display the updated data frame. Print. That's it, data frame. Updated data frame. Go to file, save all, right click, run demo 2. Here what we did, we added the records 4 columns. Okay, then we printed the updated data frame. Now we actually did a minor flaw. We just printed this. Now we need to print resdf. That's a resultant data frame. Again, right click, run demo 2. Herein I told you, using the assign method, we can display the new column at the last location. Okay, we added it. So guys, in this lesson we saw how we can add a new column using the insert method that will allow you to also set the location of the new column, and using the assign method that will allow you to place the new column at the end of the current data frame. In this lesson, we will learn how to delete rows or columns in a Pandas data frame. Okay, for that we use the drop method. Using this method, you can remove a specific row or column. Under the drop method, you need to mention whether you want to delete a column or a row. Let's see how. First, we will see how to drop a column, then we will see how to drop a row. So these two examples we will cover in this concept. Let us begin with the first example, in which we will learn how to drop a column using the drop method. Okay, I told you we'll be playing around the x's. Okay, if under the drop method we will set x's is equal to 1, it will drop a column, or we can also set x's is equal to columns to achieve the same. Let's see the example. Here we have our PyCharm ID. We are using the free and open source PyCharm Community Edition. Let us create a new project. Go to File, New Project. Add a name. Okay, Pandas delete rows columns. You can add any name. Okay, and the location of the project is the following. Click Create. Here we have created. Right click here now to create a new Python file. Right click, New Python file. Mention the name of the file. I'll mention demo1. You can mention any name. When I'll press enter, it will automatically add the .py extension because Python file is by default selected. I've added demo1.py. Right click, New Python file. Demo2, press enter. And now we have created both the files. Now let us begin. First I'll add comments. Okay, I've added the comments. Now let me import pandas as PD. PD is an alias we have added using the as keyword. Let me add a dataset first, a data for the data frame. I'm adding the ID first. Now the second column, let's say student, that will include the student's name. Then rank. And then the marks. Okay, we have added the marks also now. That's it. Create a data frame. We have created an object here, data frame. Type PD, that is pandas dot data frame method, and within that mention the data. That's it. We have created a data frame. Display, print it. Student records. Drop a column. Okay, let me create a resultant data frame. an object. I'll mention DataFrame dot drop method, and within this I'll drop a column. Okay, let's say I'll drop the marks column. For that, mention the column name, that's it, and then mention the axis. I have marked axis parameter as column because I want to delete the marks column. Now mention the result, print it. RESDF was having a result. Okay, this looks fine. I'll go to file, save all, right click, run demo 1. Okay, marks M is capital, fine. Right click, run demo 1. Herein we were having 4 columns, now we have 3 columns because we have removed the marks column by just mentioning axis as columns. You can also mention it as 1. Let's say I'll mention 1 and it will work in a similar way. Right click, run demo 1. 4 columns and now 3 columns. We have deleted the marks column. So you can mention 1 here or columns. In this way you can drop a column from a Pandas data frame. We use the drop method and the axis value was set to 1 or columns to drop a column. Now in the next example we will delete a row using the drop method only, but in the brackets we will set the axis to 0. That would be the rows axis. So you can mention 0 or you can directly mention index to delete a row. Here we have our second example, import pandas as PD. Now let us create our data for the data frame. I can take it from here, data, and I'll print it. I have created 4 columns. Now I'll drop a row. For that, create a resultant data frame. Data frame.drop, and within this mention the row with index 2. That means the third row will get removed. So mention 2, and axis is equal to, I told you, you can mention index here or 0. And that's it. Just print the result. RESDF will be having a result. You can mention a message data frame after removing a row. Go to file, save all, right click, run demo 2. Here I told you I was having 5 row records and 4 columns. Okay, I have removed the second one. That means second index, that is the third position, 1, 2, 3. I have removed the Jacob one from here. You can see the Jacob record, student Jacob's record removed. In this way we can work around the drop method to remove a row. You can also mention a 0 here. I told you axis 0 directly. I'll right click and run demo 2, and you can see the same result will be visible. So we can see the Jacob's result deleted. So in this way guys, we can delete a row. In this video we saw how we can easily delete a row or column using the drop method. What you want to remove depends on what you add in the access parameter. In this lesson we will learn how to iterate over rows and columns in Pandas. So to iterate over rows and columns, we will see some functions, some built-in functions provided by pandas. First we will iterate over rows and then we will iterate over columns. Let's begin with iteration over rows. Okay, to iterate over rows, we will use the following two methods: iter rows and the second one iter tuples. Okay, we will see two examples, one for iter rows and the second for iter tuples. Let's see. Here is a PyCharm ID. We are using the free and open source PyCharm community edition. Go to file, create a new project for this lesson. Name it. I'll name it, let's say, pandas iteration, because we are learning iteration here. You can mention any name and the project will get saved here. Click create. We have created it, pandas iteration. Now let me add two files. Right click, new Python file. Name the file, let me name it demo1. When I'll press enter, it will automatically add the .py extension. Why? Because Python file is by default selected. Press enter. Now create a new file again. Right click, new Python file, demo2. And we have created two files, demo1, demo2. Now we will learn how to iterate over rows. Let me add the comments first. Pandas iter rows method to iterate over rows. Let me import pandas first. I'll also add an alias. Import pandas as pd. Pd is an alias. Now I'll add the data. Okay, data set for our data frame. I have created a data object. The first column. I am adding records of 5 students. Started with ID, comma, student. This will add the name. I am adding the name of 5 students. Next, let me add a rank also, the final column for our example. Now create a new object and we will create a data frame. I'll be adding pandas, that is pd. Pandas.DataFrame data. Now print the data frame. You can mention here student records. Now we will iterate over rows. I'll mention for row in data frame dot iter rows. So we have used the iter rows method. Now mention print here and print the row. Colon, we missed the colon. File, save all, right click, run demo. So it will display the rows one by one. Okay, here it is. Here is our data frame and here are the rows. It displayed it one by one. Okay, I should add display the rows. We have displayed the rows one by one. Okay. This looks fine now. I have added a new line. So this is a particular row. So we saw how to iterate over rows using the iter_rows method. In the next example, we will iterate over rows using the iter_tuples method. As the name suggests, each row is returned as a Python tuple object. So let us see the example. Here is our pandas iter_tuples method, import pandas. Okay, now consider the data. Let's say I'll take the following CM data. Okay, 3 columns, and we added the data to a data frame using the DataFrame method, and we displayed the data frame here. Now I iterate over rows using the iter_tuples. For row in data frame, our data frame name was the following dot iter_tuples. That's it, colon, and print the row. That's it. Here you can also mention a message. Let's say display records as a tuple object. File, save all, right click, run demo2. Here you can see our data frame with 3 columns and 5 records, and here is a tuple object. We have iterated. Now all the records are visible as a tuple object. We saw how to iterate over rows using iter_tuples. It returned a Python tuple object for all the records. Now we will see how to iterate over columns using the items method. This method will allow you to iterate over each and every column, and the result will be displayed as a label object that will include the name of the column, and a column object that will include the column values. Let's see the example. We will see how to iterate over columns using the items method. This will display a label object that will include the column name and a column object with the column values. Import pandas. Create a data set. Let me take it from here. Paste. We have our data with 3 columns, and we have records for 5 students. Okay. We have created a data frame. Now I iterate over columns. Use the for loop for a comma b. So data frame.items will allow you to iterate over columns. That's it, colon, and print a one by one, print b. Go to file, save all, right click, run demo3. Now let's see what is the output. First, it displayed the entire data frame. Why? Because we printed student records, the data frame. Then one by one, we have printed the columns. That included first the column name, then the column value. Okay, it's written here, column name. This was for the first column. Then came the second column and then the last column. So one by one, it iterated it. Okay, we can also mention this here. Iterate over each column. Okay, this is fine. Okay, so we have mentioned it here, iterating the columns one by one. So we saw how to iterate over columns using the items method. In this lesson, we saw how to iterate over rows and columns in pandas. In this lesson, we will learn how to sort the data in pandas. For that, we have various methods. Here we will use the sort underscore values method to achieve the same. Two examples will be considered. First we will sort the pandas in ascending order. Then we will achieve the same in descending order. Let's begin. To sort the data frame in ascending order, which is the default, we use the sort underscore values method. Okay. For ascending sort, you don't need to mention any value in the parameter of the sort underscore values method because ascending is default. Okay, if you want to sort by a specific column name, then mention it in the by parameter of the sort underscore values method. Let us see the example. We will sort the data frame in ascending order. Here we have PyCharm ID. We are using the free and open source PyCharm community edition. Let us create a new project. Go to file, new project. Mention the name of the project. I'll mention Pandas sort. You can mention any name. It will get saved here. Click create. We have created our project. Now let us add a file. Right click on the project, new Python file. Mention the name of the file. I'll mention demo1. You can mention any name. When I'll press enter, it will automatically add the .py extension. So I pressed enter and demo1.py is visible. Now create another file because we have two examples. Right click, new Python file, demo2 and press enter. We have created demo2 also. Okay, now let us begin with the program. First I'll mention the comments. Let us begin with the first program. I'll import the pandas library first. Import pandas as PD. Now let us add the data set. I'll add the data for my data frame. So I'll create an object data, let's say. Within that, let me mention three columns. First one will be the student. That is the student name, let's say. I'll add the records of 5 students. Rank. I have set the rank. Marks 95, 70. So I am setting the marks. I am placing the marks for the 5 students for an example. Now I'll create the data frame. Let me create a new object. Let's say res. Okay, let's say df for the data frame. Now pandas, that is pd dot data frame. Mention the data in it. That means we have created the data frame. We will now add the indexes. We have seen in the previous lectures how to add an index. So we are doing the same here. Now display the records, df. Okay, we can also mention a message here, that means student records. Okay, now we will sort. We will sort in ascending order. Okay, by default, this is the default. You don't need to mention the parameter, but we need to use the by parameter. I'll show you. Df dot sort underscore values. Okay, within that I'll set only the by parameter because I want to sort according to a particular column. So I'll sort according to the rank column. That's it. Stating that which student will be on the top and which will be in the bottom, and just print it. File, save all, right click, run. Here is our data frame unsorted. Now we have sorted it in ascending order according to rank. So at the top will be Amit, and in the last you can see the student David because his rank was 5. Okay, in this way guys we can sort in ascending order by default. Guys, we saw how to sort the data frame in the default ascending order using the sort underscore values method. We sorted according to the rank. We have just set the rank column in the by parameter. That's it. Let us see the next example in which we will sort the pandas data frame in descending order. So what we will do now, we will set the ascending parameter and we'll set it to false. That means the opposite in descending order. And the same by parameter will be used to sort according to a specific column like we did in the last example. Let's see the example. Here it is. In descending order, import pandas, create an alias. Now let us create our data for a data frame. Let me take it from here. Here we have created our data and added it to our data frame. That's it. Our data was having 3 columns: student, rank and marks, with 5 records of 5 students. And we also added an index for our data frame using the index parameter, and we printed the data frame. That's it. Now we need to sort in descending order. Okay, we will also set the by parameter, so I'll just use df dot sort underscore values method. Set the by parameter. What is the by parameter? This will sort according to a specific column, so we will sort according to the rank column, this rank column. Okay, and we will sort in descending order by just setting ascending parameter to false. That means descending, right? Okay, now just print this. That's it. Go to file, save all, right click, run demo 2. Now we will see whether we have achieved or not. Student records, 3 columns and records of 5 students. And now we sort it using the rank in descending orders, opposite. So the fifth rank is for David and the first rank is for Amit. So we successfully sorted our data frame. In this lesson we saw how we can sort the pandas data frame in the default ascending order and in descending order. In this lesson we will learn how to handle duplicates in pandas. So if you want to find and remove duplicates from rows in a pandas data frame, use the duplicated as well as the drop underscore duplicates method. Both of these are built-in methods of Python pandas. So let's say you have a data set with a lot of rows and columns and you want to find the duplicate records. Maybe it got added while inserting data. Okay, so you need to find them and remove them. Both of them can be easily achieved. We will see the same in this lesson. Both of these methods can be used on a pandas data frame or series. We will find and remove the duplicates. Beginning with the first one, we will find the duplicates using the duplicated method. So it will find the duplicates and will return a data frame or series with true and false values. That means if the row is a duplicate, true will be returned. So for our example, we'll be using a smaller data set so that it's easier for you to understand it. Let's see the first example to find duplicates. Here we have our PyCharm ID. We are using the free and open source PyCharm community edition. So create a new project, go to file, new project, add the name of the project. Let's say I'll add pandas duplicates. Here is the location of the project. Okay, you can add any name for the project name. Pandas duplicates. Click create. We have created the project. Here it is. Now we will create a file. Right click new Python file. Now I'll add the name of the file. You can add any name. I am adding demo1. So it will automatically add the .py extension when I'll press enter because the Python file is by default selected. Press enter. Okay, so demo1.py is visible. We have 2 examples. So I'll add another file. Right click new Python file. Demo2. Press enter. So we have 2 files. Let us start with the first program to find the duplicates. I'll add a comment first. Now let us begin with the first example. First I'll import the pandas library, import pandas, and I'll create an alias pd. Now let us create the data set. We will create the data set for our pandas data frame. So here it is, data object I have created. Now I'll add my data. I'll add 3 columns. Let's say first one would be student. That will include the student name. So let us add the student name. Comma. Now add the rank, student rank. Then the marks. Okay, here you can check we have added duplicate records. So let's say by mistake these records gets added. So we need to find these duplicate records so that we can remove them. For that we'll be using the duplicated method. Let's say the dataset was really huge, then this method is really helpful. Now we will create the data frame. df object we have taken, type pd, that is pandas.dataframe. Within that mention the data, that's it. So we have created a data frame here. Now you can print. Let's say I'll print student records. Okay. Now find the duplicates. I'll take an object and I'll mention data frame dot duplicated, and I'll just print the res. Okay, that is our output. You can mention describing duplicates because it will mention true or false values. Go to file, save all, right click, run demo 1. Here was our student records and Amit was repeating. It was a duplicate, so it has mentioned that the following is a duplicate of this. Okay, so it has mentioned this. That is a true value. We found a duplicate. Okay, using the duplicated method. Here it is. So guys, we saw how we can find duplicates from a data frame using the duplicated method. In the next example, we will remove these duplicates using the drop underscore duplicates method. Here is our second example. Remove duplicates using the drop underscore duplicates method. Import pandas first. Okay, now mention the data set. Let's say I'll take the same data set. I'll create the data frame. I've copied, now I'll paste. So this was our data with 3 columns, and we added this data to a data frame using the data frame method and printed it here. So our duplicate record was the following: Amit 1, which is repeating here also and here also. So we will remove. Okay. For that, let me mention res is equal to df dot drop underscore duplicates. This will remove. Now I'll print res. That is the resultant data frame after removing the duplicates. New data frame after removing duplicates. Okay. Find, save all, right click, run demo 2. Here I'll show you. Okay, we were having 5 records in 3 columns. 2 of them were duplicate, that is the following was a duplicate of the first one. This method will remove the following. You can check here. After John there was Amit, but it got removed and directly David came in here. So guys, if your data sets are really huge, then this method is actually a blessing, so that you can find and remove the duplicates. We removed the duplicates using the drop underscore duplicates method. In this lesson, we saw how we can easily handle duplicates. Handling duplicates in a data frame or series means to find and remove the duplicates. We did that using both these built-in methods. In this lesson, we will learn how to clean the data in Pandas. Cleaning the data means basically to work on an incorrect data to fix it, or the data can also have null values, or it can be a duplicate data. In Pandas, we have some built-in functions to fix such incorrect data. In this lesson, we will consider the following demo.csv file, okay, and we will try to fix it. The data in the demo.csv file is having null values, and here is a demo.csv file. Okay, you can see we have some empty values. We will work on this data. In the previous lectures, we saw how to create a CSV file using Excel, Microsoft Excel. Okay, we also saw how to read it, and we also handle duplicate data. Okay, now we will see the following examples using the built-in functions of Pandas, and we will clean the data using the isNull method, notNull, dropAny, and fillAny method. All of these have different properties. Okay, here we will try to find the null values and will replace them with true. Here we will find the not null values and replace them with true. And the following two are basically used to drop the rows or replace the null values with a specific value. Let's say want to set a value 100 for the null values in our CSV file. You can do it with fillAny method. Let us start with the first example to clean the data using the isNull function. Find the null values and replace them with true. So what about the non-null values? Those will get replaced by false. Let's see the example. Here we have our PyCharm. Okay, we are using the PyCharm community edition, which is free and open source. Let us create a new project. Go to file, click new project. Herein add the project name. You can add any name to the project, and the following is the location of the project. Click create. Here's a new project. Let us create a new file. Right click, new, Python file. Add the name of the file. Let's say I'll add demo1. It will automatically add the .py extension because the Python file is by default selected. Press enter and we have created our first file. Since we are having total 4 examples, I'll create all the files. Quickly right click, new Python file, demo2, demo3, and the last demo4. Okay, we have created all the files. Now let us add the comment and create our first program. Now let us start with the first program. Pandas isNull method. I'll import pandas first. Import pandas as PD. PD is our alias. Now let us input our CSV file. Then we will load this in our data frame. Okay, this is the data frame object. df is equal to pandas pd dot read underscore csv to read a CSV. Herein add the path. Okay, to get the exact path, go to your file, right click. This is Windows 11. You can copy as path, or if you are having Windows 10. Okay, I clicked on show more options. On Windows 10, the following will be visible. You need to just click on copy as path. Go to your project, right click and paste the path. That's it. One more slash. That's it. And just display the CSV file records. Okay. What you need to print, the DF data frame. That's it. Now we need to find and replace the null values with true using the isNull method. Okay, take a new object resdf, let's say, is equal to DataFrame dot isNull. That's it. Okay. Now return the new data frame. Print df. You can also type .toString. Now I'll just mention a message. File, save all, run demo1. Okay, I did a mistake. It should be resdf because the new data frame is the following. It looks fine. Run. Here you can check. The following was our data frame CSV with two null values, and the null values will be replaced by true and rest will be replaced by false. So you can easily find the null values using this method. Guys, we saw how to use the isNull method. The second example includes how to work around the not null method. What this method will do, it will find the not null values and replace them with true, the opposite of the previous method. And for the null values, it will return false. Let's see the example. Here it is using the isNull method. Import pandas. Okay. Input CSV file. Or what I can do, I can take the complete code, copy, paste. Okay, we have input to the CSV file using the read underscore CSV method, and we have also printed the data frame in which it was loaded. Now we will replace the not null values with true. Create a new data frame resdf, the resultant data frame, DataFrame.notNull. Okay, now return the data frame, the new data frame, because it will be having our output resdf. You can also add toString here. Now mention a message, new data frame. That's it. Go to file, save all, right click, run demo2. Okay, now these were our null values under points, and it is now replaced by false, and rest of the values are true. Okay, so the opposite of the previous function is null method. Okay, sorry, not null method. Guys, we saw how to work with the not null method to find the not null values and replace them with true. Let us see the next example. In this example, we will use the drop NA method. This method is used to drop and remove rows with null values. Okay, let us see the example 3 using the drop NA method. Okay, we have the following null values, so this will get deleted now. Let me import pandas as a PD. We have imported a library. I'll load our CSV file from here and we'll also print it. Here it is. We have loaded a demo.csv and we printed it after loading it in the data frame. Find and remove rows with null values. RESDF, we have created a new data frame for the result. DataFrame dot drop NA. That's it. Now what we need to do, return the new data frame. That is RESDF. You can also mention 2 underscore string. Okay, now just mention a message. After removing rows with null. Okay, this is fine. File, save all, right click, run demo 3. Now we can check the following was our data frame or CSV, and 6.1 and 4.5 frequency will get deleted. You can't find them. After 3.2 you will directly have 1.2. Here it is 3.2 1.2. So we have deleted the null values. So if by mistake you added such values or it got added, you can easily remove them. If your data sets are really huge, then these functions are really helpful. Guys, we saw how we can use the drop NA method to drop and remove rows with null values. We deleted the entire row. Now the last example, in which we will use the fill NA method to replace the null values with a specific value. Demo 4 fill NA method. Okay, in the brackets you can see we have a value. This is the value we want to fill in place of the null values. Okay, import pandas as PD. Now take your data frame, your CSV, load it and add it in the data frame. Paste. Okay, we have loaded our CSV using the read underscore CSV method and added it to the data frame and printed the data frame. Okay, let's say I'll place 111 instead in place of all the null values. So null values are here. 111 will get placed here. Take the resultant data frame resdf df.fill na. Okay, and add the value 111. You can add a message also. Okay, after replacing null with a specific value, go to file, save all. We have added 111. Run. These two were our null values. Okay, we have replaced them with 111. Can add a slash and also new line also here. Okay, this looks fine now. Right click, run. Now it will be displayed properly. Right click, run. Now this looks fine. Okay, we have replaced it with 111. So in this way guys, we can work on data. We can clean the data. We saw how to replace null values with a specific value. We replaced it with 111. You can add any value. Guys, in this video we saw how we can use the built-in functions of Python pandas to clean the data. We found the null values and replaced it with a specific value. We also saw how we can display true in place of null or non-null values. Thank you for watching the video. In this lesson, we will learn how to perform operations on text data in Pandas. If you have text data in your series or data frame, you can easily perform operations on it. For example, if you want to convert the entire text data to lowercase, use the lower method. If you want to convert the entire text data to uppercase, use the upper method. If you want the same data in camel case, use the title method. You can also get the length of each and every element using the len method. Also count the non-empty cells using count, and if you want to search for any value in a column, use the contain method. Okay, so in this lesson we will see these 6 examples, and we will cover the following 6 built-in functions of Python Pandas. This will allow us to perform operations on our text data, that is string. Let's start. In the first example, we will focus on the lower method. That will allow you to convert your text data to lowercase. Let's see the first example. Here we have our PyCharm ID. We are using the free and open source PyCharm Community Edition. So create your new project, go to File, New Project, add the name of your project. You can add any name. I'll type, let's say, Pandas string operations, and the location of the project is the following. The project will get saved here. Click Create. Here is our project. Okay, now we need Python files for our 6 examples. I'll create the first file, right click new Python file. Enter the name of the file. Here I have mentioned demo1. You can mention any name. It will automatically add the .py extension because the Python file is by default selected. Now just press enter, and you can see demo1.py is visible and the path is also visible. Similarly, create 5 more files because we have total 6 examples of 6 built-in functions in Pandas. Right click new Python file. Demo6. That's it. Now we will focus on our first file and we will use the lower method. Let me add the comments also. Now let us start with the first example. At first I'll import pandas library, and I'll also create an alias pd so that we don't need to write pandas again and again. To create an alias, I have used as keyword. So let us create the data. We will store this data in the panda series. So I'll create a new object, data, let's say. Here we are adding mixed text, that is mixed case text. Here we have 5 names in different cases. Now create a series. Okay, let me add the object. Let's say it's S. Let's say it's series. panda, that is pd.series. Okay, and I'll place this data in it. That's it. We have created a series. Now display. To display the series, just display this object. Now we will convert the text data to lowercase. For that, I told you just mention series dot str dot lower. That's it. You can also mention a message. File, save all, right click, run demo 1. Here we have our series data in different formats. You can see Trent Martin is having mixed case. Trent is having uppercase, and we have converted the entire data to lowercase. So guys, we saw the first example to convert all the text data to lowercase using the lower method. Let us see the second example. In the next example, we will do the opposite. That is, we will convert the entire text data to uppercase using the upper method. Let us see the example. Okay, we will use the upper method. Import pandas, the pandas library, import pandas as pd. Let us take the text data from here. Right click, copy, paste. We have entered the data and created a series here. Let me do some changes. Let me do some other changes because I'll convert everything to uppercase. Okay, let me convert now. Series dot str dot upper method. We have converted the text to uppercase. Save all. Now all these elements will get converted to uppercase. Right click, run demo 2. Here it is, the series with mixed cases, and now we have converted it to uppercase. Guys, we saw how to convert the entire text data to uppercase using the upper method. Let us move to the next example. In this example, we will use the title method. This title method will allow you to convert the entire text data to camel case. What is a camel case now? A camel case allows a text to have the first letter in capital. So let us use the title method. Here we have our demo 3 title method. Import the library, import pandas as pd. Okay, now let us take the data for our series and print it. Copy, paste. Okay, now we have our data. We added the data to the series, and that's it. We printed the series. Now we will convert it to title. Let me do some changes. Okay, let me keep it as it is, and rest let's say I'll change. Now we have mixed cases here so that we can understand the concept. Now let us convert. Just mention series.str.title, and we can also print a message, camel case data. File, save all, right click, run. We ran it, and this was our series data, mixed case, and now we are having the title case, that is Jacob. The first letter is caps. In Amit also the first letter is caps. Works for other elements. So in this way, guys, we can convert a text to camel case. We saw how we can use the title method to convert our text data, that is our series, to camel case. In the next example, we can get the length of each element in the series using the alien method. Let's see the example. We will use the alien method, import the library, import pandas, and create an alias. Now let me take the data, paste. Let me do some changes. So I have done the changes. We have our data here. We added this data to our series, and using the series method, we have created our panda series. Now we just need to get the length of each element. Mention the text, let's say length, save all, right click and run. Here is a series and the length of each element. The following length is 10. The following my name Amit Diwan, its length is 10. In this way, for each element, we found the length. Guys, we saw how we can get the length of each element in the panda series using the alien method. The next example includes the count method, in which we will count the non-empty cells for each column or row in a series using the count method. Let's say we have 5 elements in a series, and 2 of them are nan values, null values. Then the output will be 3. That is, the cell is having 3 elements, obviously, because those are non-empty cells. Let's see the example. Here we have our count method, import pandas as PD. PD is our alias. Get the data. Let's say I'll take the following data. I'll paste it here. And for the following, I'll mention numpy.nan, and it automatically added the numpy library also. If you remember, before installing pandas, we needed to install numpy. So I just added nan using numpy and it automatically added the library. Let's say I'll also remove this and let's say this, and I'll mention numpy. So the output should be three non-null values. Okay. Okay, series.count. Now I'll go to file, save all, right click, run demo 5, and now you can see that we were having 3 non-null values. Therefore the count is 3. In this way, guys, you can also find the count of elements in a panda series. We counted the non-null values using the count method. Our last example includes searching for a value in a column. We will achieve this using the contains method. Let us see the example. The contains method, import pandas, add the data, right click copy, right click and paste. So we have a data here, sample data. We created a series using the series method and added this data. Now search. Search for a specific value. Series dot str dot contains. Okay, let's say I'll find Amit, where it is located. So the correct answer will be displayed by true. Does the specific value exist in our series? Amit, yes. Right click, run. Here it is. Amit is visible here. Okay, and the same is visible, true. In this way, guys, we can work around the contains method to find a specific value. We worked on the contains method to search for a value. In this example, we saw how we can work around the string operations on text data. We saw these 6 examples. We worked on a series. In this lesson, we will learn how to perform the date time operations in pandas. The date time operations include to get the current date and time, to get the specific day of a week or an year, to check whether the year is a leap year or not, or to check for a day, that is whether the day is the last day of the month or the first day of the month. Okay, so in this lesson we will cover the following operations. Okay, total 9 operations, 9 date time operations to work around date and time and to understand the concept completely. The first example includes getting the current date and time. We will use the timestamp.now method for this. This is a built-in method of Python pandas. Let's see the example. Here we are using PyCharm ID. It is having a free and open source PyCharm community edition. So create a new project, go to file, new project, add the project name. I have added pandas date time. You can add any name. And the location of the project is the following. Click create. We have created the pandas date time project. Now to run our Python file, right click and create a new Python file, right click new Python file. Add the name of the file. Let's say the name I'll add is demo1.py. Extension will get added on its own since Python file is by default selected. Press enter. In this way we have 9 examples total. So let us create all the files quickly. 8 more files. First we will get the current date and time. For that import pandas and create an alias. We have created PD as an alias so that you don't need to write pandas again and again. Okay, now we will get the current date and time. Pandas dot timestamp dot now. Okay, and we just need to print it. This will get you the current date and time. Go to file, save all, right click, run demo1. Here it is. The current date is 29 December and time is 4:38 p.m. Guys, we got the current date and time using the timestamp.now method. Now we will get the day of the week using the pandas.dayofweek attribute. Let's see the example. Demo 2, get the day of the week. Let us import pandas. Set a timestamp using the pandas.timestamp pd.timestamp. So I have set the timestamp like this with the year, month, day and hour. You can also set it like this and print the timestamp. Okay. Now guys, display the what you want, day of the week. Day of the week. Okay. For that I'll directly print timestamp dot day of week. That's it. And you can also mention it here like this. Day of week. Go to file, save all, right click, run demo 2. Let's see, day of the week is 4th. Okay. In this example we saw how to get the day of the week using the pandas.dayofweek attribute. In the next example we will get the day of the year using the day of year attribute. We will get the day of the year. Import pandas pd. We will add a timestamp. Let me take it from here. Okay, we have set the year, month, day as well as hour. Okay, we have printed the date and time. Display the day of the year. Timestamp dot day of year. Also you can mention day of year. File, save all, right click, run demo 3. Okay, 29 December and day of the year is 363. Guys, we saw how to get the day of the year using the day of year attribute. Now we will get the number of days in a month using the built-in pandas dot days in month attribute. Let us see the example. Get the number of days in a month. So the month which we have set December, it will display 31 is the answer. Import pandas. Take the timestamp. We have set the date to be 2023 and the following is the month and day, and we have displayed the timestamp. Now display the number of days. Timestamp dot days in month. Days in the month. Okay. Right click, run. It's visible the date and time. Month is December, so the days in the month will be 31. 31 days in the December month. So we got the number of days in a month using the pandas dot days in month attribute. Now we will check whether the year is a leap year using the pandas dot is underscore leap underscore year attribute. Let's see the fifth example. Check if the year is a leap year. Okay, import pandas. Now we will take the timestamp. Check for leap year. Timestamp dot is underscore leap underscore year. That's it. And you can also enter a message. Is this year leap year? File, save all, right click, run demo 5. Here it is. This is a leap year. No, 2023 is not a leap year. In this way we saw how to check for any year that whether it is a leap year or not using the is underscore leap underscore year attribute. Now we will check whether the date is the last day of the month using the pandas dot is underscore month underscore end attribute. Let's see. Check if the date is the last day of the month in pandas. Import pandas. Add an alias. Set the timestamp, let's say. We have the timestamp and we have displayed the date and time. Check if the date is the end of the month, print. timestamp dot is underscore month underscore end. Is this the month end? Let's see. File, save all, right click, run demo 6. False. Let me set it to 31 and it will show yes, this is the month end. Run. Yes, true. In this way guys, we can easily find whether the date is the last day of the month. We use the pandas dot is underscore month underscore end attribute to find whether the date is the last day of the month, that is the month end. Now the seventh example, in which we will check if the date is the first day of the month using the is underscore month underscore start attribute. Check if the date is the first day of the month. Import pandas. Import pandas and create an alias. Now guys, get the timestamp. Display the timestamp using pandas dot timestamp, and we have set it here. Now what we need to do, we need to check if the date is the first day of the year. Is underscore month underscore start. You can also mention a text here. Is this the first day of the month? That is the beginning. File, save all, right click, run demo 7. Is this the first day of the month? No. But what we can do, we can mention day 1. Now this looks fine. Okay, right click, run demo 7. Is this the first day? Yes, we have set it. True. This was December 1st, 2023. In this way guys, we can find whether the date is the first day of the month or not. It has displayed true. Now we will find whether the date is the last day of the year using the pandas dot is underscore year underscore end attribute. Let's see. Here it is. Check if the date is the last day of the year in pandas. Import pandas first and create an alias. Now add a timestamp. Okay, we can mention the day as, let's say, 29th December, and we have displayed the date. Check if the date is the last day of the year. Print timestamp dot is underscore year underscore end. Okay. File, save all, right click, run demo 8. No, this is not the last day of the year. I can set it to 31st December and now true will get printed. Right click, run. True. 31st December is the last day of the year. Okay. Guys, we saw how to check if the date is the last day of the year using the pandas dot is underscore year underscore end attribute. Now the last example in which we will check if the date is the first day of the year using the is underscore year underscore start attribute. Let's see the example. Okay, check if the date is the first day of the year in pandas. Import pandas, timestamp data, right click, copy, paste, and check if the date is the first day of the year. Print timestamp dot is underscore year underscore start. Is this the first day of the year? File, save all, run, and the date was 31st December. Obviously it will be false. It is the last day of the year, not the first day. So what I'll do, I'll just type 2024 month 1 day 1. Right click, run. It should display true, and true is visible. So guys, we can easily find how to check if the date is the first day of the year. We achieved it using the pandas.is underscore year underscore start attribute. In this lesson, we saw how we can work around date operations in Python pandas. We saw 9 examples. Thank you for watching the video. In this lesson, we will learn how to remove white space or specific characters from a text data in a pandas series or data frame. So for that, we have the following 3 built-in methods, and these are provided by Python pandas. If you want to strip white space or specific characters, including your new line, from the left and right of a string, you can use the strip method. If you only want to strip white space or new line or specific characters from the left, use the else strip. And if you want to achieve the same from the right side, use the r strip method. Okay, so let us see these 3 examples. In the first example, we will use the strip method. So let's say your string is having a new line character or some other characters on the left and right side. Let's say even a tab, then you can easily remove from both the sides using the strip method. Use this method in your series or data frame. Let us see the example. We are using the PyCharm ID. PyCharm is having a free and open source version, that is the community version. So we are using the same open source version. Create a new project, go to file, new project. Here and add the name of the project. Okay. Let's say I've added the following name, you can add any name, and here is the location of the project. Click create. We have created the project. Now let us add the Python file wherein we will create our code. Right click new Python file. Let me add the name of the file. I have added demo1. You can add any name. When I'll press enter, it will automatically create a new Python file with the .py extension, because the Python file is by default selected here. I pressed enter and it created demo1. Now create 2 more files because we are having 3 examples. Right click new Python file, demo2, and now demo3. Now we have our 3 files. Let us add the comment. Here we have the strip method in Python pandas. Okay, now let us import pandas. We have created an alias here, PD. Okay, and now I'll add the data for the series, for our panda series. Here is the data. Let's say the following is the data. Okay, I'll add some characters on the left and right. /t. Now I'll just create the series. Series is equal to pandas dot series method. That's it, and add the data. So we have created a series easily. Now display. We have displayed the series. Okay, we are also having characters on the left and right, which will get removed by the series dot strip method. Okay, guys, we need to remove the /n/t as well as this. So I'll just mention it inside the following. Okay, now right click, run demo 1. Now you can see we were having some special characters here, so I just removed it using the strip method. You just need to add those characters here. That's it. Guys, we removed the specific characters from the left and right side in our panda series using the strip method. Now let us see the second example in which we will strip from the left side only. Okay, so here it is, import pandas. Now I'll take the data from here and print it. Paste. Now we are having trailing and leading specific characters. Strip from the left. Okay, now I'll use print series.str.lstrip. Okay, within this mention what you want to remove. Okay, let me add /n/t here also. Now I just want to remove the following only, /n/t/t from the left side. Save all, right click, run. Now exclamation mark, /n and /t will remove from the left side, not from the right side. You can see the output, here it is. We have removed it from the left side. We achieved the same using the L-strip method. Now the R-strip method, in which we will remove the white space as well as specific characters, new lines from the right side in a Pandas series or data frame. So let's use the R-strip method. Here is our example for R-strip. It will remove from the right side. Import pandas as PD. We have imported our library. Now add the data. Okay, we will keep the same example, and we have created a series using the following data. Now let's say I'll write remove characters from the right side. Okay, that's it. Within the bracket, mention what you want to remove. I'll do the same. I want to remove this and this and also this from the right side only using rstrip. File, save all, right click, run demo 3. You can see we have removed from the right side. We have removed this, this and this. You can check here from the right side. In this lesson we saw how we can remove white space and characters from the left and right side. We focused on all these three built-in functions of Python pandas. In this lesson we will learn how to group the data in a data frame. After grouping the data, we will perform operations on it. First we will work on the groups concept, then we will perform aggregation operations on it. So herein we will first split the data into groups, then it will be iterated, and we will view the group and perform aggregation operations on groups, like getting the mean of the group data. Let's see. We will begin with the first example to split the object and combine the result. In the first example, we will use the group by method to split the object. So we will group the rows or columns into specific group. So in this coding example, we have 3 columns: player, rank and year, and we will group by the player column. Let's see the example. We are using the PyCharm ID. Okay, the PyCharm is having a free and open source community edition. We are using the same. Now let us create a new project. Go to file, new project. Herein add the name of the project. You can add any name. Okay, click create. The following is the path of our project. Click create. Our project got created. Here it is visible. Now let us create a new file. Right click, new Python file. Name the file. I have named it demo1. You can add any name. Python file is by default selected. It will automatically add the .py extension because the Python file is by default selected. Press enter. We have created our first file. We have 5 more examples, so I'll create all the files. Right click, new Python file, demo2, demo3, demo4, demo 5 and demo 6. Demo 6. Okay, here are the 6 files. And now let us add our code and run it. First I'll add the comments. Okay, we have added the comments. We have total 5 examples, so I'll just delete it. Right click, delete. Okay, now start with the first example. Import pandas. Now let us create a data. We will add this in the data frame. Let's say I'll add the object name data. Add the first column. Comma, second column rank. Third column year. Okay, that's it. We have created our data. Now create the data frame. Data. We have added the data in the data frame. Now display the data frame. Okay, cricket player records. Now we will group the data. We will group the data on the player column. Okay, for that create a resultant object, that is res here, data frame dot group by method, and set the column in it. Now you can display the first entry using the first method after grouping. Res dot first. This will display the first non-null entry of each column. Okay, go to file, save all, run. Now we have displayed a data frame first. Okay, and the data frame is visible and the first non-null entry is visible. Guys, we saw how to use the group by method. Now we will iterate the group using the for in loop. Okay, we will iterate through the group player one by one. Here is a second example. Iterate the group, import pandas. Now we can take the data from here. Okay. Now paste it. We have our data here with 3 columns and 6 records. We have added it to the data frame and we have printed. Now what we are doing, group by player. We did this in the last example also. Let me add a new object, data frame dot group by bracket add player. We have grouped by player. Now iterate for name comma group in your output. means group, res the following, in which we grouped. Add name here and print the name one by one and then the group. Let's see the output. File, save all, right click, run demo 2. First the data frame is displayed, then players are displayed one by one. So there were 2 players by the name Amit, and David was only a single player, and John were 2. Also Steve a single name. So we grouped it and displayed, iterated one by one using the for in loop. So guys, we use the for in loop to iterate through the group player. We created a group using the group by method. In the next example, we will view the group using the groups property. Let us see the example. View the group, import pandas, create an alias, add data, paste it here. We have 3 columns. I told you before, the data is added here to create a data frame. 3 columns and 6 records, and we have displayed the player records. Now we will group by player. And display, that is view. For that directly you can mention like this, df.group by. So we have grouped it by the player dot groups. That's it. Let's see what is visible. Go to file, save all, right click, run. Herein we have shown a data frame and we have grouped it like this. We have viewed the group. So it has shown the index value in the brackets. 0 and 2nd are Amit. David is 3rd. John is 1,5, that is following 1,5. Steve is 4. Okay, so this is how we can view the group. Guys, we saw how we can use the groups property to view the group. Now we will perform the aggregation operations on groups using the AGG method. We can get the mean or even get the size of each group using these operations. So we will see 2 examples. First we will get the mean of the group data, and in the 5th example we will get the size of each group. Okay, let us see. First we will get the mean of the group data. For that, first group the data and then use the AGG method with the mean method. So herein we will use the numpy.mean method. Let's see. Fourth example, get the mean of the group data. Import pandas. Okay, now get the data. Let's say we are taking this data, we will also add additional data. Copy, paste. Now we have a data with 3 columns. Let me add one more column. Let's say points. I've added the points. We have printed the data frame. First we have created the data frame using the data frame method and added the data. Then we have displayed it. Now use the group by to group. Let me add a new object and group by using the, let's say, column year now this time. Now use the AGG method to perform aggregation. Use group res, that is our object output for the result. Within that mention points. We are getting the average of points, so it should be points, the exact name. Here it is. Dot AGG in brackets mention numpy dot mean, np dot mean. Now for this, import numpy as np. Okay, we already installed numpy. If you remember, for pandas is built on top of numpy. So before installing pandas, we installed numpy and created an alias np, and we have performed the aggregation. You can mention here mean, file, save all, run demo 4. Here it is. Okay, cricket player records, we displayed the data frame, and after that the mean is visible. Okay, here is the mean. What I can do, I can add some more values to the year. Okay, that means let's say I'll set it to 23. Now I can right click and run. Okay, now it's fine. We have displayed the mean. In this way, guys, we can perform aggregation operations. We will now perform the next example. We will now see how to get the size of each group with aggregation. Okay, we will group the data using the group by method like we did before. Okay, and then we will use the size attribute to get the size of each group. Let's see. Here it is, get the size of each group. Import pandas as PD. Okay, we have imported. Now get the data set. Right click copy. Right click paste. Okay, here is our data with 4 columns, and we have printed the data inside a data frame. That is, we have created a data frame using the data frame method, and we have displayed it. Now you can see a group. You can group the data, create a new object, let's say DataFrame.group by. Within that, mention the column through which you want to group, that is player in this case. Aggregation is performed using AGG and numpy.size. Attribute returns the size of each group. Let me print now group res dot aggregation, that is AGG, in the bracket mention numpy dot size. But we haven't set this, so this is the, let's say I'll set it here numpy as np. We already installed numpy. If you remember, pandas is built on top of numpy, so we installed numpy before installing pandas in the previous lectures. We have created an alias here for numpy and used it to set the size. That's it. Okay, go to file, save all, right click, run demo 5. So what we did, we just printed the data frame first and then we displayed the size. That is the size of each group. We have 2 players with the name Amit and 2 players with the name John, and records also 2 with Amit and 2 with John. That's why it's visible like this. Okay, so we have displayed the size of each group using the size attribute. In this lesson we saw how we can group the data using these examples. We grouped the data using the group by method. Then we have performed all these operations including the aggregation operation as well. In this lesson we will learn how to understand the statistics operation in Python Pandas. For that we'll be using the statistical functions. These are the statistical built-in functions provided by Python Pandas. You can easily apply these to a Pandas series or data frame. Okay, so here are the built-in functions. For example, if you want the sum of the values, use the sum. If you want the count, use the count method. Max min for getting the maximum and minimum values respectively. To get the mean, use the mean method. For median of the values, you can use the median method. STD is for standard deviation and describe is to return the summary statistics for each column. We will work around these statistical functions one by one. Let us start with the first function, that is the sum function. As the name suggests, the sum is used to return the sum of the values. Let us begin with the first example. Here is our first example. We are using PyCharm ID. PyCharm has provided a free and open source version, PyCharm community. Okay, so here it is. Let us create our first project. Go to file, new project. Herein enter the name of the project. Let's say I added Pandas statistical functions. And here is the location of the project. Click create to create the project. We have created the project. Now we need to create Python files. Let us create the first file. Right click on the project, new Python file. Click on it. Add the name of the Python file. Let's say I'll add demo1. When you'll press enter, it will automatically add the .py extension because Python file is by default selected. Press enter. Here we have created our first file. You can check the exact path of the file. We have 7 more examples, that is total 8 built-in functions. So I'll create all the files quickly. Right click new Python file, demo2. We have created all the 8 files. Let us go to the first file. Let me add the comments also before beginning the program. Let us start with the sum method. Import the pandas library. We can also add an alias to it so that we don't need to write pandas again and again. Directly mention PD now. We have created an alias using the AS keyword. Now let us create a data set. Okay, you can name it data, or I'll be adding marks of students. Okay, so let me mention marks. Now let me add the marks of let's say maths subject. I'll add the marks of 6 students, comma, let me add the marks of another subject, science, let's say. Now English. Okay, we have added the marks of students for the following subjects. Okay, now let us create the data frame. We will create the data frame using the DataFrame method, pandas.dataframe. In the brackets, mention your data, that is the following marks. Now we have created the data frame. Display, display the data frame and print it. Now we will display the sum of marks in each column. For that, use the sum function, that is data frame, that is df.sum, that's it. We can also mention a text here, sum. Okay, go to file, save all, right click, run demo1. Here we will see the sum of marks. We have the following data frame with the marks of students in math, science and English, 6 records, and here is the sum of each column. The sum is calculated like this: 90, 85, 98, 80, 55, 70. And this way for science and English, marks are calculated. We saw how to work on the sum method to get the sum of the values. The next example, to get the count of non-empty values. For that, we'll be using the count method. Let us see the example. Second example, count method in Python pandas. Import pandas and add an alias. Now mention your data. Okay, let's say I'll take the same data and I'll do the changes now. Select it, display it, copy, paste. Now let me add some empty values. Okay, we have created our marks data and printed it. We have added it to the data frame. Also added some none values. We need to count the non-empty values. Okay, that means for maths it will be 5 because the sixth one is none. Let me display. Okay, we are counting the non-empty values in each column. Print. So DataFrame.count method. Count of non-empty values. File, save all, right click, run. Here it is, a data frame. Maths is having 5 non-empty values. Here it is. So 5 is visible. In the same way for science and English. Okay, so this is how we can work on the count method. So guys, we return the count of non-empty values using the count method. Now return the maximum of the values using the max method. If you need to get the maximum values, let's say that is maximum marks for example, so you can use the max method. Let us see the example. Max method in Python pandas. Import pandas as PD. Okay. Now add the dataset. So here we have the marks of students in maths, science and English. We have added the marks to the data frame using the data frame method, and then we have printed it. Return the maximum of the values. Data frame dot max method. Using max method. Okay. Save all. Now right click and the maximum marks for each subject will be visible. Right click, run. Now the maximum marks in mathematics was 98, in science it was 96, and in English it was 95, and the same is visible here. We return the maximum of the values using the max method. We return the maximum marks. Now the opposite, return the minimum marks. That is, return the minimum of the values using the min method. Let us see the example. Min method. Okay. Import pandas as PD. Now let us add our data to the data frame. Let me get the same. Okay. We will add it to the data set. We have added marks to the data frame and created a data frame. Marks in math, science and English. Return, that is display the minimum of marks in each column. For that I told you use the data frame dot min method. That's it. Okay, minimum marks. File, save all, right click, run demo 4. Here the marks for math, science and English are visible. The minimum is 55 here, the minimum is 59 here, and the minimum is 65 here. And the same is returned by the min method. Here it is. Guys, we return the minimum of the values from a column using the min method. Now the next example. Here we will get the mean of the values, okay, using the mean method. So we can get the mean of the marks using this method according to our data set. Let's see. Mean method in Python Pandas, import Pandas, add an alias. Now add your data. Here is our data and we have added it to the data frame also using the data frame method. Okay, 3 columns. Now we will get the average of mathematics marks, science marks and English marks. Print data frame dot mean. That's it. Okay, go to file, save all, right click, run demo 5 to get the mean. Here we have the mean. The mean marks for mathematics are 81, for science it's 80 and for English it's 80. We calculated using the mean method. Okay guys, we returned the mean of the values using the mean method in Python Pandas. Now we will get the median of the values. For that we'll be using the median method. Let us see the example. Get the median, import Pandas. Here is the data. Right click, copy and paste it here, and we will get the median of this data, which we already added to the data frame using the data frame method and created a data frame. Display the median of marks in each column. What is a median? It is the middle of a series of values. Okay. File, save all, right click, run. Columns math, science, English, and these are the median values for all the 3 columns. Guys, we return the median of the values using the median method in Python Pandas. Now in this example, we will return the standard deviation of the values using the std method. Let's see the example. Here is the std method, import pandas library, add the data. We will add the same data frame. The marks of 3 subjects. Pasted. Here it is, marks of 3 subjects, and added this marks to the data frame and displayed the data frame. Data frame.std printed. Get the standard deviation using the std method. Okay, go to file, right click, run demo 7, and here we have the standard deviation. Columns math, science, English. Okay, and here is the standard deviation for all three: math, science and English. Guys, we returned the standard deviation of the values using the std method. Here is the last example, describe method. If you want to return the summary of each column, then use the describe method. Here it is, describe method, import pandas. Okay, now add the data. Okay, let me take the following data, some empty values, paste. Okay, we have the marks for math, science and English, and these are the columns with some empty values also. Now display the summary using the describe method. Summary of go to file, save all, right click, run demo 8. Here is the summary of statistics. Here is the summary. Okay, it displayed all the statistical functions: count, mean, standard deviation, min, max and the rest of them. Okay, so this was the summary using the describe method. We have used the describe method to return the summary statistics for each column. In this lesson we saw how we can work around the statistical functions. We worked on the following 8 functions provided by Python pandas. In this lesson we will learn how to plot in pandas. To plot we will use the plot method and the matplotlib library. The matplotlib library is having a pyplot module which will be used for plotting. And to display the figure in the end, we will use the pyplot.show method. First, let us install matplotlib and run our first example, that is how to plot a data frame in pandas. After that, we will run the following examples to plot a histogram, then a pie chart, scatter plot and area plot. Let's begin with the first example, how to plot a data frame in pandas. We will also install matplotlib. So we will run our programs on PyCharm ID. PyCharm is having a free and open source version, that is community edition. We are working on the same. Let us create a project. Go to file, new project. Mention the name of the project. Let's say I'll mention pandas plotting. And here is the location of the project. You can add any name to your project. Click create. Our project got created. Now let us add the Python file. Right click, new Python file. Add the name of your Python file. Let's say I'll add demo1. When I'll press enter, it will automatically add the .py extension because the Python file is by default selected. Press enter. Here is a demo1.py. When you'll keep the mouse cursor, it will display the location of the file. Okay. If you remember, we have 5 examples. So for that, I'll create more files. Right click, new Python file. Okay, now let us add the comment. Here is the comment. Let us plot a data frame now. I told you to plot a data frame, we also need matplotlib. So let me first import pandas. So we already have pandas. We need to also install matplotlib. You can directly mention matplotlib here, and when it will show this, you can just keep the mouse cursor and install matplotlib, or go to file, settings, go to your project. Our project was pandas plotting, right? The name, go to project interpreter, go to file and just type matplotlib for plotting and click install. It will install now. We have installed matplotlib, close, and now it will be visible here also. Okay, here it is, matplotlib. Click OK. Now there won't be any error, you can see. Now we will directly use I told you we need to use the pyplot. Okay, so I'll use matplotlib dot pyplot. Here it is, the module, and we will create an alias, let's say PLT, so that we don't need to write this again and again. Now let us add the dataset. I'll add a sample dataset. Let me add the temperature values. Now for wind, now for precipitation. This is the sample data. Now we have 4 columns, you can say, in a data set. Okay, now directly create a data frame object and create your data frame using pandas dot DataFrame. So this is the method to create a data frame. Now I told you before, to plot we will use DataFrame dot plot, and then plot, that is plt dot show, to display. File, save all, right click, run demo1. Here it is. We have displayed our first figure, and these are the legends. If you want, you can save the figure from here. Okay, let me mention. That's it, save. Close it. Here it is. Here is a figure, okay. So in this way, guys, plot a data frame. Plot a data frame in pandas. We also used matplotlib and the pyplot module. Guys, we worked on the first example to plot a data frame. Now let us move to the second example to plot a histogram. Histogram is basically a graphical representation to display frequency distribution. We will create a histogram. For that we will use the plot method and place the same data frame. Within the data frame we will mention the column through which we need to prepare the histogram, and under the kind argument we will mention the hist to create a histogram. Let's see the example. Import pandas. Okay, then import, I told you we need to import matplotlib. We installed it in the previous example. So we installed it for the entire project. Create an alias for the matplotlib pyplot module, plt. Add a data set for the data frame. I'll take it from here. Paste. So here is our data. Then we created a data frame. Now we will plot a histogram on the basis of the humidity column. Dot plot, and within this you need to mention hist to prepare a histogram. That's it. Now display the figure using the show method. I told you plot.show, that is plt.show. What is plt? It is an alias for our pyplot module. Here it is plt. That's it. File, save all, right click, run demo 2. Here we have our demo 2 based on the humidity values. That means we have prepared a histogram. We created a histogram using the hist value under the plot method. Now let us see how we can display a pie chart. Pie chart is basically used to display data in a pictorial form that is divided into slices. So you must have seen a pie chart while watching a cricket game, a match, in which it is shown that which area of the ground got how many percentage of runs. So that is represented using the pie chart. Okay, we will use the plot.pie method to achieve this. So we will draw this on the basis of humidity under a data set. Let's see the example. Demo 3, import pandas first because we will create a pandas data frame. Also create an alias. Import matplotlib and the pyplot module because we will use this library also. Create an alias. Now enter the dataset. Let's say I'll take the complete dataset from here. Copy. Paste. Okay. So here is a dataset. Prepare the pie chart on the basis of the humidity column. For that, okay, we need to use dataframe.plot.py method and set the y-axis to humidity. You need to also set the index here to display that in which city the humidity level was that particular value. So I'll just mention the city. Since we are having 10 values, so I'll add 10 names. Okay, so we have represented the index labels. So these are index labels. Basically, we have seen the index examples in the previous lectures also, in which we use the index argument to create indexes. We are doing the same here, and it gets created using the Pandas data frame. Now we have created a pie chart using plot.py method, dataframe.plot.py. Now how to display it? Use the pie plot. Okay, matplotlib.py plot. So just mention plt.show. That's it. Go to file, save all, right click, run demo 3. So the humidity levels according to cities will be visible. Here it is, it's visible. Maximize, and here it is. Okay, pie chart is visible with all the correct index labels. We created a pie chart using the plot.py method. Now we will create a scatter plot. It is basically represented by a dot. So if you want to display the relationship between two variables, you can use the scatter plot. So similarly, we will use the kind argument, and we will mention it to scatter so that we can easily create a scatter plot. Here you need to set both the x and y axis. We will set the temperature and humidity respectively for our x and y axis under a data set. So let us see the example. Prepare a scatter plot. Okay. Import pandas first and create an alias. This is for a data frame. Then import matplotlib and also create an alias. We have created a plt as an alias. Now create your data set. Okay, this is fine without the indexes. So we have again created a complete data set. We'll be using only 2 columns from here, but still we have created it. Now to plot. I've told before that I need to use the plot method, and within that mention kind parameter as scatter to create a scatter plot. Also you need to mention the x and y axis. Mention x axis as temperature and y axis as humidity. Okay, and display the figure using the matplotlib module. That means the alias plt.show. Go to file, save all, right click and run demo. Here it is, we have created a scatter plot on the basis of temperature and humidity. This is basically a relationship between two variables, humidity and temperature. Now we will see how to create an area plot. For that we'll be using the plot.area method. It is basically used to display quantitative data visually. Okay, so you can see an area plot as an area filled with colors or textures, that is specifically the area between the axis and line. Okay, so we will use the plot.area method. Let's see. Plot an area plot, import pandas for our data, create an alias. Import matplotlib and its pyplot module. Now let me take the data set. Okay, here it is. Here is a data set and we have created a data frame. Now we will use the complete data from the data set to create our area plot. DataFrame.plot method dot area, that's it, and display the figure. PLT was an alias for our PyPlot module under Matplotlib. So we are using the same. File, save all, right click, run. Okay, it is showing an error because this is not a method. This is fine now. Right click, run. No error. And here is our area plot. I told you it is filled with the colors or textures, and the same is visible. It's visible that temperature, humidity, wind and precipitation. So in this way guys, we can create an area plot using the plot.area method. Guys, we saw how to work with the plotting in Pandas. We first started with plotting a data frame. Then we saw these 4 examples to plot a histogram, pie chart, scatter plot and area plot. We used both Pandas and Matplotlib libraries.